Chateau, it's Sundat, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, we are 7 games away from the end of the season. The youth intake was shit, but it doesn't matter. The youth we have on our side will guide the way. Tristan is just a few goals away from being the Golden Boot winner. Can he get it over the line after a disastrous season last year? We're only 3 points off of the Champions League places. Can we achieve the ultimate goal in only our second season in the top flight? All that and more coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons. I don't mean to brag, but that, tremendous. You gotta have a victory sip there. If you can't sip on that, what can you do?
Massive.
Unacceptably competent, I'll take it.
Not being able to watch much recently. Hope you and the save are all good.
Do you know, we actually are. One second, chat. I just became Mike Tyson there for some reason. Aaron, thank you so much for the 57 months. That's so close to 5 years. That's unreal. It's weird that we've even got like 5-year subs on this channel now. Like me. This guy. Mark McConville as well. Wait, Mark McConville? Have you changed your name? Thank you very much for the 37 months. That's very kind of you, my friend. This is where you're like, no, that's always been that, Matt. You've just misunderstood it. And Shaman, thank you for the 18 on top of that, of course, as well. Tremendi. I do find I say Tremendi quite a lot. Does Tremendi even mean anything in like Italian or Latin? Is it just me saying random words and bastardizing them as per? It's just what I do. And Igisa news, I've not been out as much. Didn't see anyone else fishing. I went fishing. Marduk and cut. Oh, you didn't. Hang on. Wait. Was this why you were feeling a little bit unwell, Shadow Plays? You just didn't. Did you not know you were concussed, or have you concussed yourself since Thursday? Answers on a postcard. Oh dear. It sounds like it'd be in the name pool, right? At this point. Because I'm back. Maybe, Matt, maybe all I needed was your presence to create a sense of competency. Or it's that I've just drunk a little bit more of my coffee than normal, I guess. Perhaps it allowed me to just zero in a little bit more. Throwing dogs in the river. How dare you? We caught, I say we, I sat next to him as he caught 10 fish. 10 fish. Sigmundo, thank you for the 7 months. And Bay Hudson with the 52 after that as well. We did dodge it. We dodged it by quite some distance in the end, actually. We ended up... Let me just get off on my big face in 1 second. Let me just roll this through, otherwise it will go all weird and the lights won't like it. Hello, Virtual Gaffer. Welcome, friend.
52 months with Matto and the great Mr. Assistant.
I've got socks.
Last night, I believe I found the best footballer Wikipedia page photo of all time.
You do not get to say that and not share with the group. Thank you, Bay. Kim Sang-woo. Okay, I recognise that name. Is the joke that there isn't one? Is that the joke? That there isn't a photo of the player? Or do I have to click that? Potentially. I'm curious now. War a photo. I'm going to just... Yeah, no, fair. What are we doing here? Why? Oh, with Mazran Ramley. But the question is, who is Mazran Ramley? And why is he with him? I daren't click on it in case it gets bigger. Which is which? Good question. Good question. What was that career he's had? Wait, is that it? How has this guy got a Wikipedia page? Is the agent? Yeah. He does look like an agent. Like, without disrespecting agents, not that I really care about doing that, he does look like an agent, you know? That man's had his fingers in many pies, and also his mouth in many pies. How could I talk? But that is tremendous work. Question, babe. I'm sure it's nothing. How did you stumble upon this? I think is the question we're all asking here. How did you... Like, how did you get from not seeing that to seeing that? Like, we've all been guided there. We've had a Sherpa on the way, you know, spiritual guidance. You found this all by yourself, which is horrifying. Tremendi. Oh, the closest thing we've got is what sounds like it will be French, but I bet it won't be. It is French. Okay, cool. Saint-Georges Trementines Football Club. I don't know why I said it like that. Wow, that's actually kind of a nice badge. Ooh. It's giving research hospital. The Trementine. Oh, mate. The Trementines would have gone off on Soccer AM in about 2008. No, 2006. Do you know when they used to occasionally do like random live gigs at the end of the episodes? The Trementines would have 100% done like the whatever that challenge used to be where they put the balls through the thing or whatever. I haven't watched Soccer AM in about 20 years. They would have been goated for that. And they would have all had pointy shoes on while they did it. The badge is kind of, what it is for me is that it's an interesting colour scheme of green, yellow, white, and grey. It's also giving like regional photocopier company, perhaps. I'm just chatting shit now, but there you go. Oh, they would have 100% supported them. £40. How far would you can get to London, Basil? You can get a train to London from here for £40. It'll be less than that, actually. It's £37.50, I think, depending on which one you get. But as long as it's off-peak, you should be able to get to here. I think I paid 37. No, it was cheaper than that, but it was around about 30-something quid when I last went to London. So it's not too bad, Basil. You've got reason. That's one of the reasons I like here. If I absolutely desperately need to get to London for whatever reason, I can do, and it can be done in like an hour and 10 minutes, which is amazing because that's actually quicker than it would take me to get there when I lived in Essex, even though I'm 40 miles further away from London, which is great. A lot of fun in kit bashing. I agree, actually. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like with football shirts, you sort of think to yourself, have they exhausted every possible colour combination? Like most clubs play in like a version of, it's usually one of the colours that are either primary or secondary colours mixed with either a white or a black highlight or a trim. And then sometimes clubs throw in a sort of complementary colour to meet those things as well. Like you got a Watford with the red and yellow and what like that. But for the most part, you see the same colour combinations repeated, and often like one thing I do like about football clubs and the kits on them as well is they actually follow a similar pattern to the way that national flags work. How there's like clusters of football club colours in certain nations that are more popular in the same way that flags in certain region colours are more popular. So, for example, you very rarely see green kits in England, for example, but they're very common in Republic of Ireland, probably Northern Ireland as well, honestly, and Scotland. But you rarely see them in England because of obviously sort of the Celtic background to that, which I think is kind of cool. It's the same with other countries too. They have like certain colours that are way more common. Like you never really see much purple, for example, in England, but it's way more common in, say, Italy. And I just think that's kind of sick. UK train market. UK train market is abysmal, is what I would say. So to give you an idea, the reason my friends and I started meeting up in random European countries is because it was cheaper to do that than it was to go to London. Like when we went to Copenhagen, it was like 20-something pound. Which, yeah, Germany as well, yeah, with like Greuterfurt and Werder Bremen and Wolfsburg. Yeah, no, good point, actually. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Germany's very common, isn't it? You played in the FA Cup yesterday? No way. Speaking of the FA Cup, Ely City through to the next round. Beat Stowmarket Town 2-1. Love to see it. 3 wins out of 3 on the season for the boys. Sorry, the Robins. 7-1. What round was this? Was this like the extra preliminary round? Or was it the first preliminary round? I can never remember which round we're actually in. Oh, dear. 32. 40 to get to Aberdeen. That's mad. Speaking of Aberdeen, it's actually cheap. I mean, this is why. So, for example, we're going to this wedding in Aberdeen in September. My friend and his wife, because they have a small child, are deciding to get the train. These are their decisions. It's £160 a ticket, I believe, for a train fare. I can fly out of Luton for 51. It's just crazy. And like some of the train prices, I mean, like when I went to FIFA, for example, I obviously got the invoice, not the invoice, like the receipt through for my ticket, but obviously I wasn't paying for it. It was being paid for by FIFA, but we could still see the prices on the tickets. And the ticket from London to Liverpool is fucking extortionate. Manchester, I think, is even worse, is it not? I believe that like it's notorious is the Manchester to Euston line, so Piccadilly to Euston. Apparently that is especially awful for horrendous train prices. Middle of Europe back to the UK for a significant GP, it fully is, yeah. 100%. Now, obviously, you've got the element of having to get to the airport and stuff like that, but the way I used to do it is we would just stay at my parents' house because they lived quite near the Stansted Airport, so it was just super easy, which is what we're going to do again. New Wake It Green. So, Fulham have, I don't know if you got a link to it, but yeah, Fulham's new, I don't know if it's their away kit, it might be their third kit. Basically, they are going to like a retro badge one, which is cool, but they've put it on like the worst kit imaginable. Cross from airport to place. Well, so this is the thing. So we're going to get a lift to Luton Airport with my dad, which means it basically cuts down on essentially the cost that we will have to pay because my dad is an absolute ledge. And that's for 4 of us. So that immediately makes it so much cheaper. He used to like drive past Luton Airport all the time when he used to go to work because he used to work in a place called Baldock, I think it was, out near like Stevenage way. And he used to drive past it all the time and was just like, yeah, fuck it, why not, I'll take you. Well, yeah, exactly. You're having to pay for job interviews. What, as in for like trains and stuff? Or not for the job interviews itself, presumably, right? But still, I can imagine that's really nasty because when you're looking for work, the last thing you want to be doing is spending more money on things like the travelling to those interviews when there's no guarantee of a return on it. Oh, a good letter for your birthday, but your mum can't afford the real fit. Oh my God! The thing I love the most about this is that he's not even got Turkish nationality. Obviously, huge Turkish diaspora in Germany, but I love that because he probably came through at Fulham, didn't he? If I had to guess, I suspect he came through at Fulham, and that's why he's got German second nationality or German first nationality, because huge amount of Turkish names in the standard German name pool as well. I mean, you got like, yeah, Hans Gruber's son. Training shirt. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. He probably does have a... Well, yeah, I suppose you can. It's weird that they don't let you show the third one on the profile. This... Oh, hang on. Sorry, you can't see it. There you go. This is what's been leaked. It has to be a third kit. Like, they've actually used the retro badge on it. If you're going to do that, don't put it on some fucking fluorescent, I've just broken down on the side of a French motorway, like, training top. It's a training top, isn't it? Yes, exactly. What a waste of... It's very cyclist. It's... Yeah, it's the Tour de Hammersmith. SBO top. Oh, that would be yet another of these wonderful betting companies. So that's good. Could we play Ely in September? No way. As in... Does your team doesn't play in Thurlow none, does it? I mean, actually, to be fair, now that I've seen it blown up, I don't hate it as much as I did before, but I just think what a waste of an opportunity to use our retro logo. It does. No way. That's sick. I'm wondering when their next home game is, so I might actually be able to get a chance to get to the Demcom finally, because they played 2 of their 3 games this season have already been away from home, so I haven't... Not that there's a huge amount of travel involved. Like, Stowmarket is not exactly far from here, but still. Retro badge. Yeah. Like, what a waste of a retro badge. Right, so Binder's injured, which means it's probably going to have to be Mr. Bauer again, unfortunately. You can't active in the UK. That makes total sense. Fulham have been notorious for this kind of garbage. Oh, wait. Is this the retro version or is this the new version? I'm guessing this is the old version, right? Hello, Steve. That's new. So the reason I thought it might be old is because I saw the thing in the collar and I thought it was like old school, back to like, you know, the Total 90 days when everything in Nike had the 90 thing in the back of it. I had like Total Nike Total 90 AstroTurf shoes. If you're like around my age, between sort of 32 and 37, I bet you half the guys, and probably girls too, but especially guys in your year in PE had like Nike Total 90 football boots, right? It was such a massive football boot trend around about 2004. I think it's because Henri used to wear them. Total 90. Oh, it's a throwback to it. That's kind of kit. Favorite Fulham kit. I do like our current kit, but I don't like the sponsors on it. This one I'm wearing right now is probably one of my favourites. Obviously, this is not an official one. This is just like one of the ones that the club like a renewed retro, if you like. So it's not quite as good. But my favourite one is probably the shirt I have with the Clint Dempsey one on the back. The red and black striped AC Milan kind of homage one that's got the LG sponsorship and the Nike branding. The only thing that could have made that better if it was Adidas. Nike top. I know, what on earth were they thinking with that brand? It's crazy. I think you have to be so careful with the retro kit stuff. Like, I realise I'm so randomly picky about what I like in those types of kits. I had a look at those new Venezia kits finally because they just came across my timeline and I was not like... There's something about the way that they design their kits that I don't like. And I think it's just because they've now gone so far into the fashion side of things that they no longer even look like football shirts, which to me sort of defeats the point of what they're trying to do in the first place. Whereas I feel like Roma's third kit, the Irish sort of one that isn't really that but is, that for me is much more closer to still being a football shirt. And like, I don't know, maybe I'm just being oddly picky. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is just a complete... But I haven't liked any of Venezia's kits for a long time. I know they were the first ones to start really, like, on, like, a higher level. Anyway, a lot of clubs did it before, but, like, from, like, a position where they were actually... I think they were Serie A at the time. They sort of popularised that trend of kits, I suppose. And I did like some of the earlier ones, but it feels like they got more and more extreme. They've overdone... Yeah, I think it's one of those things where... I find that often with trends like that, especially in sport and fashion, they tend to eat themselves. They're sort of cannibalistic in a way. They sort of... It becomes too much of the same thing because it's like... and this can happen in anything, right? If you're making a lot of money off of it, which they obviously were, they're very popular and there's a lot of buzz about them, which causes a lot for the... Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Which is good for them. Then you're going to steer more into that. I think that will actually still work. Oh, no, I think it isn't actually empty. I think someone's injured in that spot. Yeah, okay, it's Binder. Let me just take off Deji and put him back in again. Oh, Strawberry. No, am I really? That's weird. I was at more than that before stream. According to my Twitch thing, I'm at 2802. Let me just refresh the page and see if it's gone down. Oh, it is the same. I wonder if it's just that it doesn't actually show the exact number for you guys. Either way, yeah, I got the thingy saying that I hit 28k. That's mostly because of the last couple of months. The Twitch follower growth has been massive. And I suspect part of that was all the extra stuff I did on like TikTok and Instagram, but also the league definitely helped with that for sure. Like it was like 3 times as much follow growth in the last 2 months as it was in the previous one, which is crazy. Really cool though.
Oh, this isn't where I parked
Jerry
my car.
Emo. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. Thank you very much for the follow. What's your favourite emo song, Jerry? We have much to talk about. Fashion gets now. Does Venezia feel fashiony? I guess you're right. It would be funny as fuck actually if next year Venezia just came out with like a blank white shirt with just the Venezia badge on it. Wait, have I still somehow not selected enough substitutes? How have I managed that? Right, Deji, on you go. There we go. Got them in the end. Nice 5k, love to see it. I've got to do my long run after stream today. Well, after stream and after the F1. Because I woke up yesterday morning, I was like, do I really want to go running and then work in the garden for 6 hours? Because then I'd just have to go, I'd get all dirty and need a shower again. So I was like, no, fuck it, I'll work in the garden all day and I'll go for a run after stream tomorrow. But on the plus side, my driveway is looking immaculate. Well, they've been, oh, really? Do you know what year that was, Jerry? I'm curious. Leech Night 30. Is this the retro one you're on about? See, that I like. That's classy. I'm not sure. I understand the reason for the blue line around the... There, because obviously it's paying homage. But why is it blue? When it's... What is the point of that being blue there? Because the old... Because that's got a yellow trim around the badge there. So it seems odd to add blue. Is it just because the kit has blue trim on it and they wanted to sort of incorporate it? But then why does it need the blue? It's also weird seeing blue on a Man United kit. Like, I know it's not the first time ever, but it is still strange. I'm excellent, Murph, honestly. I'm very, very good. Pog's back tomorrow too, which is nice. My years of loneliness, i.e. a week, were off finally on the end. Blue steel and line up on the... After a black football shirt. Yeah, do you remember when... Oh, who was it? Was it Icor? Did that, like, really nice blackout kit. Holy shit. Is it just me? Or has the lighting engine chefed a little bit in this game? I don't know why. And we've given away a penalty as a part of it, but it looks like the lighting engine has just... chefed for some reason. It's very nice, yeah. Longest... No, I've never done a full marathon. I want to. Maybe next year. I mean, technically, I could still do the London one next year, potentially, if I got back in touch. What a save! If I got back in touch with either BHF or Muscular Dystrophy UK, since they were in the Twitch chat when we were actually talking about this. Yeah, Pog went down to see her parents. I went down with her, but obviously I had to come back because of work. Oh, that's so annoying. We save a penalty and they could see directly from the fucking corner. Multi-half marathon. Ironically, I was actually going to do that last year, but then obviously my running went to shit and everything was a bit messy at the time. But that's actually why I'd scheduled to go to Malta in February. I was going to do it all, but then I think it was scheduled at the same time as the game that I was going to, which is typical. But then I think the game got rearranged. I would like to do a full one, but it is a lot of work, and I think probably that's the next thing I want to do an ultra really at some point. That's kind of cool. Where does it run from? I assume it starts in Valletta. I mean, I suppose with Malta you can cover a decent amount of the island, I guess. Oh dear, this is not basically today. Like, obviously we can get in the top 4, The most important thing, though, is we're top 7. Because France as a whole have been not chefing. At all. Oh, from Medina. Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. I mean, Medina's goddamn beautiful. What the hell? What did I just click? Must have actually clicked Ligue 1. Okay, that was a trash first half. Kilaza's a bit unfortunate, really. Have to do your run tomorrow. Why? I thought you were going for your run now. You're going to do your run before you get on the train? Run to the train. Run to Exeter. It is weird having random niche knowledge. It just so happens that Medina is probably one of the most gorgeous places in the whole of Malta as well. It was some place. Right. Yell at team. Profit. That's how it works, right? Be ungovernable. What's this one? Don't hate it. Never heard of the... Oh, I love it when websites do that. That's genuinely useful, particularly when it's got the right amount of zoom. Love the way they've done the badge. I've never heard of Oxen before. It's very RPG coded. Running closer in the wash. Ah, don't you hate when that happens? I laid mine out on my gaming chair this morning, so I had no excuse. Rugby brand. Are they? What, like Canterbury? I know there are a few brands that I'm more familiar with from like rugby, and I believe Canterbury's one. Oh, go on. Oh, I like Chowie's been kind of doing great lately. Slima, I never got the... Ironically, I could have gone to Slima when I was in... Obviously, I could have gone anywhere, but like, I had... Andrea invited me and Pog to Slima, but we'd already got to Medina at that point, and we were just going into the city and stuff, and he was like, maybe another time. Because I didn't realise that... Yeah, so that's where he was headed after the game, and he invited us to come down to Slima as well. So I could have gone to Slima as well. But I needed more time there, really. One weekend was just not enough. Aberdeen third kit. Ooh, let's have a look. I love looking at kits. Oh, it's giving Ajax, but it's just so clean. But that Adidas template, do you know what it reminds me of? Do you know the new Liverpool kit? The red and white one. Basically this, but with red and white trim. I cannot not picture Fernando Torres in it. It's like impossible for me to not picture Fernando Torres in that kit. It looks exactly like the kit they had during the Fernando Torres era. And I guess that's the point of it, right? But like, that's the only player. I mean, obviously Gerrard too, but like Fernando Torres especially. Wow, Bonaccio's been shocking today. We might even go Ualabe. This is the point of, well, I don't know, do I? I'm not a Liverpool fan. Nice man. I didn't get a chance to properly meet him, but he was a lovely dude. I mean, he sorted out like the tickets for me and Pog. He made sure we got into like he's just the fact is, random bloke just sorts out tickets for me to this game. Like, what a nice dude. I could text him right now. I won't. That'd be weird. Bauer's really struck. Well, were we actually going to use Jordan? Who knew? Do it, you coward. Still got him on WhatsApp. I don't know. I haven't actually seen any of them, or if I have, I don't recall seeing them. Spitfire, thank you for the 10 months.
Where do you think Fulham will place this year?
Currently, like based solely on like the team we actually have at this exact moment. The thing is, teams around us have lost players and haven't had a chance to sign new ones yet. I could see if the season was played again, I could see us coming 11th again, but we haven't re-signed Willian yet. We haven't got Reece Nelson back again yet. We haven't ripped Forrest off for Adama Traore yet. So there's the Sorrento ones are fire, and I just have a soft spot for Sorrento in general. Oh my god! Right, you know we talked about we talked about Rabonas, and we thought we saw one, but it was a glitch. This might actually be a proper one. Un momenti, por favor. Yet I actually preferred the other Sorrento one. There was another one they had that I actually think was better. I do like Sorrento though. Have a soft spot for Sorrento. Right, I want to just look at this again, because I think Jordan, I'm fairly certain that he does a Rabona here. Oh no, it's just a normal cross. It's literally just a normal cross. Look up a 10k loot for you. What, in Teignmouth or here? Because I can totally do that easily enough, yeah. God, Habina, we don't have any options here, do we? Shit, he's just going to have to stay on, unfortunately, lad. Zenando, thank you for the follow. The thing that's helped me with Fulham is that we haven't got worse, but we haven't got better. We've locked down crucial players like Josh King and Seth Ridgen. We've extended contracts on people like Kearney, who's just a bit of a talisman and is useful off the bench. We've locked down Kenny Tete again as well. So that's good business. We've signed a backup goalkeeper, which does give us a bit of depth in case Bert Leno was injured. What we need now is building blocks. That's the thing. We need building blocks. If we were to get someone like a Dewsbury Hall, I would be very pleased with that signing. I've always liked him as a player, and I think Chelsea was a terrible move for him. But I don't think if we are going to get Dewsbury Hall, it ain't going to be soon, because there's no way we're going to pay what Chelsea want now. And at the end of the window, they'll probably have to get rid of him for cheaper, because this is Chelsea. They'll sign another 10 players by then. So I think most likely he's going to be like an ESR type signing, right towards the end of the window. Robin Roofs. As in Robin Roofs, he of being on loan at MTK Budapest fame. You need a double-barrel name, exactly. I feel like if Maitland-Niles' career had panned out differently, he'd have ended up at Fulham. Have I told chat what I found on Friday? What did you find on Friday, Pog? Forgive me. I've already forgotten. And we've been linked with some other players, but I'm not like super intrigued by it yet. I think what worries me is the interest from Newcastle in Rodrigo Muniz, although it seems that they've turned their attention to Šeško now, which I actually really like for them. About the job. Oh yeah, chat, good news. Pog passed the DBS checks. Now it is literally just to get all the stuff has now been done. All of it. So the only thing is left now is now it's been passed back to her potential boss at EA, who's the guy that's been trying to push all this through immediately. So in theory on Monday, she should get the official offer and start date. Which means she might actually get to resign from her current job on the train on the way back home on Monday. Oh yeah, bear in mind, do you remember how long ago it's been since Pog came in here and was like Captain Pogwash and all those jokes, right? Honestly, Discord's probably just fine, Basil. I check Discord as much as I check any other messaging app, basically, because I use that. I have the same set of notifications on both, basically. So Discord's probably the best way. That is not great. Has it been 2 months? Yeah, about 2 months. There's a clip of it, of when the whole Captain Pogwash stream. Oh shit, yeah, okay, fair enough. I only found out recently that WhatsApp isn't as big in like certain countries as it is over here. I mean, I didn't use WhatsApp for the longest time, but I realized that I probably should, because I didn't have it until about a year ago, but then I just started to meet more and more people that used that, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just get it. Heard nothing about it, really. I think that the interest in Muniz was more... I'm not sure whether... It might have just been journalist guff doing journalist guffing. Fulham have signed nobody other than a backup goalkeeper from Montpellier. Yeah, still Pogless. Pog's still at her parents. I haven't seen Pog since last Monday. It's crazy times. I haven't known what to do with myself. Without Pog to guide me, I'm a lost vessel floating in the ocean of time, you know? Ooh, hang on, finds fitness. What was that with Mallory? Has Mallory taken a knocks? Don't know about... The thing I don't like is that guide value. He does worry me a little bit, but he's still only 16. And he's surely the best... Oh, that lack of stars, though, concerning. Starting September. Well, we're not sure, but... Because obviously we're going away. I will be away for like 10 days at the start of... Sorry, like the middle of September, basically. That's going to be like my actual week off a year. Because we're going to that wedding, and I figure if I'm going to be away for most of the weekdays there, I may as well just turn that into my week off. Isaac Drama. Well, Liverpool can afford it because they have been incredibly astute with their ins and outs. Didn't they just get rid of Luis Diaz to buy him for like £75 million or euros? I can't remember which. They're very good at getting big money for players and shuffling their squad around. Chelsea have done quite a good job of this as well. With the fact that it looks like they're going to get Broja to Burnley for like 20 million. Which, by the way, what are Burnley doing? Did they see Armando Broja play? Because he played against them for Fulham. I think it's the only time he scored a goal for Fulham was actually against Burnley at Turf Moor a couple of years ago in that 2-2 draw. It was, yeah. Liverpool haven't, you're right, they didn't make a lot of changes last summer, did they, right? Not to tell Pog, I haven't baked in ages, actually. I have a mental bake down. By the way, that result against Nice was actually really, really good. Like, we have 7 games left, including that. And 5 of them are away from home. So to get a point away at Nice is great. Because we've still got Monaco and Angers in a minute. If we can beat Montpellier next, though, we're cooking. I don't think Burnley had a choice, did they, with the Trafford thing. It is weird seeing him go back to City again. It's like, hey, your career's flourishing and now you're going to go be the backup at City again. It's like, I don't know. I know that they had that clause But surely the player still gets a say in where they're going, right? They can't just force them to sign for a club. I think that would be illegal. Coming off the club's books. That's a good point, actually. But this is the thing that like concerns me about Fulham, is that we actually are in a very fruitful like PSR situation right now, because we've made big sales in the last 2 summers and have always been like in the green quite nicely. So it'd be nice to see us actually use a bit of that. The picture of the dog. Is it another picture of the dog? Oh, Ivy, bless her. Oh, I have, Matt. Just I do it off stream, you know. Be rude to do that publicly. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Chat just there like poggers, and I'm just like, it's just, you know, no one wants to see that. Wrexham's manager. I'm not so sure that Wrexham's success is all down to the manager. Now, call me a cynic, chat. I actually genuinely like Wrexham, and I think the hate for Wrexham these days is so unbelievably forced. But I'm not entirely sure it's all down to Phil Parkinson. I think it does help when you've got players that are 2 divisions better than the league they're playing in. Obviously, you've still got to make them do stuff, and that didn't work initially for them, but it could be the money helping quite a lot. Have you seen some of the players Wrexham have linked with? Didn't they just sign Connor Cody? Which I love for them, by the way. I think that's a really fun signing. Because haven't they been linked with... Is it Nathan Broadhead? No. Was it Broadhead? I think it was Broadhead they were linked with as well. Won't be all down to Phil Parkinson. I mean, has Phil Parkinson... When did he manage Hull in the Premier League? I swear I feel like I remember Phil Parkinson managing Hull. Or am I thinking of... Oh, no, I'm thinking of Phil Brown, I think. Unless they had 2 separate Phils. They did. Wow, they had 2 different managers called Phil. Huh. Well, there you go. If I ever needed to... Wait, what the hell? I always forget that this is the thing that happens in the background in the saves. Oh, Wrexham's... There's a brilliant breakdown I watched a while ago. I can't remember which channel it was on, but it was a breakdown of Wrexham's revenue and the way that they make money, and it's really interesting. And I think it's the way that they've sold off certain parts of percentages of the club to private equity as a way of taking themselves to the next level. It's incredibly clever. How's everything going? I would say very, very good. 6th in the league, 2 points off of the Champions League places, and more importantly, 6 points clear of 8th, which is where we want to be. Yeah, it was the Tifo one. Pedro Lima, that would be good. I guess now that they're Championship, they can start looking at, like, obviously they've had Premier League loanees before, but they can look at like a higher caliber of Premier League loanees. And I suspect, I mean, I think a lot of people were saying, oh yeah, no, Wrexham will be lucky to stay up. I don't think they won't be anywhere near promotion. I think to do that with the squad they have, even if they do summon a few of these guys, they are going to need a better manager. And time. Because it's relatively easy with the right investment and the smart strategy to become a team that can get out of League One. But once you enter the championship, everyone has money, for the most part. Sorry, Sheffield Wednesday. Oh, by the way, I gave Sven a 4-year contract. I figured there'd be no objections to me offering Svenny a new 4-year deal. The Beast!
Hello,
Thank
Matthew
you
and
for the
Chato.
17.
How are you doing today?
I am excellent. Ericsson on a free, that would be great. That would be so cool. I'd like that. I mean, they were linked with Tom Kearney, and honestly, had Kearney gone to Wrexham, I'd have been like, get the bag. Not that he was earning bad money at Fulham, let's be honest, but I'd have been happy for TC had he gone to Wrexham, because it would have just been fun to see him in the documentary series. Hitting a scene in regards to Championship. I think that's the thing. The squad that they've got, and if they assemble it with a bit more players, which they obviously will, because it's Wrexham, and the window's still young yet, they will 100% probably be 13th to 15th kind of team in the league, where... And even if they are a little bit like worse than expected, there are going to be worse teams than them in the Championship this season. Morecambe tragic. It's so fucking shit, isn't it? Especially, I mean, I say especially the Morecambe thing. It's shit either way, but Morecambe are quite literally not even operating right now, right? Had them first game. You don't want... Actually, yeah, you don't want that at all. There is nothing worse than being the one of the big Premier League drop-downs and having to play someone who's high profile. For example, I know this because when Fulham we'd already been in the Championship for a while at this point, and Newcastle got relegated. And obviously they won the league and got promoted automatically that season, but they played us at Craven Cottage on the first day of the season, and we were the Wrexham in that scenario because everyone thought Newcastle were going to wallop us, and I think we beat them 1-0 and a goal went on off Matt Smith's arse. But it's those types of games that almost always seem to favour the underdog for whatever reason. Or it's confirmation bias. But yeah, you don't want those types of games. What you want, Stacks, is a nice, easy game who do you want? You want like Preston at home or something. First day of the season. Like, it's Preston. Like, they're fine. But that's who you kind of want. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for example, as much as I shit on Brentford and QPR or whatever, I would not want them to go out of business because those fans deserve a football club too. And local rivalries like that have existed for 100 years are completely irreplaceable. You can't build that. Well, you can, but I'd never want those things to go away. Is that on Friday? Yeah, I saw an advert for it where I misread the date and thought it was on last night. Also, what a game. That's kind of good for us, though, because it gives us a little bit of a chance to potentially even take 4th place. Like, so desperate for football yesterday was I that I actually watched Cardiff versus Peterborough Calcio, and that was. I also watched the the Motherwell Rangers game. There was some displays of defending on display in that game. Is all I can say. Some of Rangers defending especially was actually appalling, particularly in the first half of that match. I'm actually amazed Motherwell didn't score a couple of goals. I know they got the late equaliser in the end, but my God. Here I am commenting on Scottish football. You know I'm deprived of it. Can we not talk about Rangers, please? I see you watch the game. We're out of business, not just run the lot. The thing is, though, I don't think I could even watch that. I want them to be just close enough, Sick, that they're not in the same division as you or occasionally get promoted into it, but then you get to smack them down and then they go back down again. But they're close enough that you get to play them occasionally. I think that's the perfect sweet spot for footballing rivalries. Morning, Andy. After the women one. Honestly, yeah. No, actually, that's a good point, Choo-Choo. I think you're exactly right. Watching the Women's Euro final last week probably did make me go, oh yeah, I actually really like football. Like, I actually want to watch some more of that. I think I'd completely forgotten about it even being a thing on Saturdays because it's been such a long time in theory. Just being honest, there's nothing more lovely than in the summer, in August or even in late July, of being able to Saturday morning, just turn it on and there's like a 12:30 kickoff. Also, since when are they televising 3 o'clock kickoffs? Did I miss something? Because I noticed that on Sky yesterday, I could watch every single one of the games. Which was great. I ended up I was watching Barnet versus Fleetwood for a little bit. For the Premier League. Oh, is it really? I didn't. Oh, is that because the blackout only... Oh, okay. Because it was pretty cool. I mean, I still ended up watching Barnet versus Fleetwood, so... How much I got out of that, I don't... Oh my God, Everton want Nagalo. I think I understand what you mean, Hadrian, when you say that this isn't entirely down to PA. I think this is governed by interest, isn't it? He's got value because Everton want him. That's super interesting. He was worth like £11 million, but now Everton are interested. He's worth 50. I mean, I'm not complaining. I don't think I'd sell him anyway because I think he's too important to us right now. But if he can maintain that value for a couple of years while we get the other guys through, he could be a really nice sale. Yeah, clearly. That's kind of cool, actually. Fulham is... Oh, I'm always looking for Barnet versus Fleetwood. You know me. I'm an easy man to play. Yeah, I did see. Someone told me that Tyler Morton is going to Lyon. I can't believe that's actually potentially happening. Not quite not, but it's close. It's only Nigalo. I bet you weren't entirely surprised either. You thought, he's probably still knocking about. Tyler Morton is actually happening, yeah. Stoyan is wanted. Is he really? I tell you what, that wasn't what I was expecting to see next to that. I didn't think I'd see Bristol City, but sure. Herbila can't be on the bench, so we'll dump him out. I've got a lot of players that are just needing a rest soon. Oh no, they're back from fitness. Sorry, they're not needing a rest per se. What about... Where's my boy? No, Claudio's still injured. Who are we going to dump on the bench? Probably Radek Kubek, I suppose, right? That'll fill that up. The rest of the team is fine, I think. Oh, actually, wait. Can I put... Oh, no, Binder's out for a little while, and so we're going to have to play Bow for a while, which I think won't help us. Good new job. Nice. We're at Sochaux. So we're in Season 3. This is the last stream of Season 3. We are currently battling for a Champions League spot. I think it's unlikely we get it just because of the sheer volume of away games we've got and some quite tough matches to come. But the fact that we're even in the conversation for a Champions League place is wild, considering last year we spent a lot of the season struggling against relegation. And even if we don't get Champions League, it's like if you kind of if you shoot for the stars, right, and we miss and land on the moon, then I'm happy with that. Put that on a postcard. Put that on a B&M bread bin. The Blue Names, that means they're currently on loan. So, for example, Jordan is on loan from Inter. We sold him to Inter and they loaned him back. And Kraken is on loan from Tenerife. And Claudio is on loan from Flamengo, I think. Yes. We do have an option on him, but it's a very large option. And I think, basically, with us signing Claudio, it's going to come down to heavily whether we're in the Champions League next season. I think if we're in the Champions League next season, we can afford to invest in players like Claudio because it's a huge outlay. But if we're not, then it becomes a lot more difficult because we're going to have to build a squad next year for European football if we're in the Europa League, for example. Champions League, obviously, if we're in it, we're in it. We're not going to go deep in it no matter what we do. So it doesn't matter about having the deepest squad. But in the Europa League, we'll have to try to get some more depth to our squad rather than focusing on individual players. Because I think Claudio is definitely the kind of player we want. If he could just stay fit for a bit, honestly. Ollie, thank you for the 40 months. More likely to say yes. Good point. I think he would sign for us still, regardless. But you're right, it would make it a little bit easier. Maybe we wouldn't have to pay him as much. Because I suspect he'd want quite large money. Maybe he wouldn't, but the fee is a lot. 14.5 million for a club at our level is a shitload. Like, our record fee was for Tristan, which was a lot. But, right, so this one's crucial. If we win this, we go into fourth place, but we do have back-to-back away games against the two teams we're fighting for fourth with. So getting points on the board early is really good. I want to see some goals from Tristan. Bauer's through. Come on, buddy. Roll back the years. And he actually did. Heribert Bauer. Right. Santiago Velázquez doing that is the reason I think that we've been so much better since he's joined this team. Before, we just didn't have a player. Also, this touch is brilliant. Out of his feet, cuts inside, waits for the run from Bauer, and it's just an inch perfect pass. He's done most of the work for him. I might start calling him that. Haribo Bauer. I say that as if I'm not going to sell him in the summer if I can. But yeah, getting this dub is crucial. Next two games are massive as well. Jerry, thank you very much for the prime. Super kind, friend. Oh, shit. Can't really argue with that. That is a banger. Donsos. I remember looking at that, dude. German gummy bears? I call him Gummy Bauer. Okay, that sucks. No sooner had we taken the lead, we're already back to being level pegged again. Don't know if I want to say it like that. Chat, we're being pegged by Montpellier. Montpellier. Feels like Tristan hasn't scored for a while as well, which isn't ideal. I need him to sort of pick it up in these last few matches, Nagalo. Oh. Pegged back again. I'll have to look at Tristan's form after this game. Because I know that he rushed to the point that he got those goals, but it does seem like he's... Oh, for God's sake. Bro, I think he'd be so much more useful for us if he could just stay fit for a little bit. It is going to be the Kraken. At least we'll have lots of, like, defensive stability there, but I'd really prefer that if we were, say, winning the game. I mean, not that Montpellier care. They're 100% staying up. The bottom three is so rooted to the bottom. The pegging is level. I guess you could. People would look at you weird, but you could say it. I mean, hey, you could say what you like. Holy shit, Sherry. It must be a crazy time of either the night or morning for you right now. It's one of the reasons that I would like to be able to bring more... Oh, come on now. Wow. Okay. How are we getting more injuries? Feels you can shake it off. Let's get to half-time and just see what he's like at half-time. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. That's crazy. Hey, tell you what, if F26 is good, then I see no reason why I won't be just throwing in more content. Particularly if I'm now... If I can get everything sorted, both from the game being good, but also from me being on a level... Oh, I borrowed a dining room chair off of my parents so I can complete that CB check thing. Not CB check, QB check thing. That's great. So I might actually be able to do that, and that will then lead me into hopefully being a better human. A guy can dream, right? I also had a brilliant video idea on Friday too, but I've decided to save that for FN26 just because I'm starting to make a little like a bank of ideas that I could just bang, 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 bang. But I think it should go down well, which is cool. But that's something for another day. Right. What quarterback are you checking? I can't name any other quarterbacks. I watched, speaking of quarterbacks in American sport, I watched a baseball game last night. That is how bored I was. I couldn't find a movie that was interesting to me. There was nothing good. YouTube wasn't YouTubing. I didn't want to doom scroll on my phone. I ended up watching baseball. It was on TNT. So I was like, fuck it. I'm going to watch some baseball. The showing's video coming soon. Relatively soon, yes. I'm working on it right now. So, yes, it'll be out within a couple of weeks. I hope. Like, I'll be working on it tomorrow, but they take a little while to work on. Thank you, Mr. Teeny. It is, isn't it? It's just one of my favourite Fulham shirts ever. Races at 2, yeah. Enjoy the baseball. It was alright. Like, just kind of... Yeah, it was alright. It was the San Francisco name of San Francisco team versus the New York Mets. I only watched like the bottom of the 6th, but because it was getting late by that point. But it was fine, I guess. Giants, that's the one, yeah. The Cologne Pop. I didn't get a chance to watch qualifying because I was gardening, but that's pretty surprising. Like a bit of that. I mean, the thing is, how interesting is the race realistically going to be later? God, we've been absolutely god-awful in this game. Look, taking Velasquez out of this team really does harm us. I guess it's Ualabi. Not convinced that anything I do here is going to make much difference, but it'd be nice to try. Bauer's actually done something, I guess. Ruggieri's been kind of poor. Actually, I'm going to bring Stoyan on there and then bring on Shehu at right back instead. There's Rainbow. Okay, that can make it more interesting, I suppose. I like the Nicholas Hamilton? The Lewis Hamilton emo tour. He really does seem down on himself at the moment. Bristol Motor Speedway? No, but that sounds intriguing. That infield can't be very large. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, it's... Nah, Tristan, just finish the game, bud. Oh, go on. Oh, God almighty. I am so sick of seeing those highlights. Yeah, name anything more useless than an F1 wet tyre. Like, it's like an appendix. If an appendix actually served a purpose. Right, come on. 93rd minute, Elak Chowie back post header. I'm calling it. Anderson whips one in. Okay, Elak Chowie front post header. Never mind, we've got it. Come on! That is a huge goal. Club Racing incident. No, I didn't. Do tell. Kind of out of loop on this sort of stuff lately, apparently. Unless this has just happened. Yeah, he was at the front post this time, but who cares? We got it. Chocolate teapots have nothing on an F1 wet tyre in it. Oh, no, come on. I was thinking about throwing it into shutdown mode, but I just didn't think it would be any reason to, but oh my God. Where are my defenders? Oh, awesome. Isn't it great when you score a 90th minute winner to only then... Like, where is he going? I guess it's because his starting position. What is that, by the way, for a pass? Outside of his left foot on the volley, just somehow gets that amount of power. Crazy. Oh, dear. Oh, my days. Is that a hauler? Like a trailer hauler? Wait, hang on. Why are we at a free kick? Please tell me they're not going to score another one. We nearly lost this game. We were this close to losing this game despite being winning into... Oh, that might be the end of our Champions League dream. Thinking we'd won... I mean, to be fair, I can hardly complain. We were kind of crap in this one. I wonder if just the tiredness of the players is catching up with us. $80,000 in damage. Jesus Christ. Did I see that Lyon were trying to get out of the buying of Matt Turner? Like, they had some deal agreed and they were just trying to sort of almost trigger like a refund or something. Ooh. Don't get me wrong, like, getting Europe this season alone is like, my plan, like, the goal was top half, be in the battle, because that's how we've been towards the second half of the season. But, so your manager, how do you mean? That's unfortunate though. In Osmar, thank you for the follow. Like, we take that. It's an annoying one because Montpellier are crap, but it's alright. I think we are, generally speaking, where we're supposed to be in the league, if nothing else. Actually, we're not. We've overperformed a little bit, but so have they. So we're, unfortunately, we possibly should be higher. So they tried to get Victor before he went to... Forgive me, I'm not sure who Victor is. Who's Victor? I feel like I've missed like the first element of like the first part of a conversation, and Which Victor are we referring to? Sporting. Victor Sporting. Victorini. Victor... Forgive me. I'm a little bit confused. Sorry, firstly, I thought we were actually talking about Roy Fleming on the touchline. Looking resplendent. This isn't me like being deliberately obtuse. Victor Gyökeres. Oh! Sporting. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where... We were actually discussing this on stream a little while ago. About how randomly you'll have players come out... Someone's going to... You know what, I'll tell you what. I'll save you the time, chat. Because I know someone was going to do it. Probably Don. Let's be honest. So no, there isn't a Victor Sporting. Yeah, so you get the usual kind of, well, we could have signed. It's like, why didn't you then? It's a bit like walking down the street and pointing out like a very attractive woman and being like, could have dated her. It's like, yeah, of course you could, mate. Why aren't you with her now then? What happened? It's almost like she went, actually, probably not. Pro tip, don't try that at home. Or actually, don't, well, weird if you're doing it at home. Like just random women coming around. Victor Moses, what a guy. Chat, there you go. Since we're on this topic. Wenger did it, yeah. I mean, Allardyce did it as well quite a lot, if I recall. Was it the Lewandowski at Blackburn one? That's the one, right? Yeah. That's the one that always gets referenced, isn't it? There's a few more. Wasn't someone that, I could have signed Zlatan. I can't remember who that was either. Go on, chat. Who's your favourite footballing Victor? Felipe Massa and Kevin Magnussen investing in Le Mans FC? No. Though, I do really like that. That's really good. They understand the optics there. Osimhen, yeah, pretty good shout, actually, I'd say. Is there a better footballing Victor than Mr. Osimhen? It's crazy how his career has just sort of gone a bit weird over the last couple of seasons, from where he was to where he is these days. Maurizio Victor Wanyama. Oh, I loved a bit of Victor Wanyama. And his brother, I think it was his brother, McDonald Mariga. Tremendous pair of names. I believe they were brothers. Or maybe half brothers. Either way, great names. I feel like Mariga kind of cuts it as far as the better name. Icelandic Volcano. Oh, that was the one, wasn't it? Yes. Victor Valdez, solid goalie. Probably more than solid, actually. How many clubs have been at? I think we've been at 7, maybe? Fiona! Drop history. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So technically it's 6. If you skip that random fever dream that was Italy. Izibo! Thank you for the follow. Or is that pronounced Izibo, as in the same context as gazebo, and what on earth? Actually, I'm more worried about the injury to Nagalo. Twisted knee. Stop twisting. I very much meant the name of the player, James. Although, because otherwise favourite Victor would just be favourite team that won. And then I couldn't say Fulham. That's a good question, actually, Stacks. What would you say is your club's worst signing of all time? And give me the reason, not just like the player. I want to know why, because I don't know a lot about it. Like, for me, I still think it's probably Kostas Mitroglou because of the fee he cost and the lack of minutes he played. Now, we've had other players that I would say were more useless, such as Andre Schürrle. But he was alone. So it's not like the same kind of thing. Danny Drink, yeah, I can see that. Roy Hodgson. God, I will not hear Roy slander in these parts. Gonna need a while. Should I have specified like the year? Maybe, Dan. Narrow it down a little bit for United. Fabio Silva. Yeah, he cost a lot of money, didn't he? I assume it's because of the fee, yeah. Because I actually quite liked him as a player, but it just felt like one of these things where you were buying potential, but you paid too much for it. Oh, lots of Fabio Silva. Okay, didn't realise the slander was so high on him. Soldado. Oh, that's a throwback. Paul Konchesky. Yeah, Konchesky was a terrible signing for Liverpool. That was Hodgson just going, hey, he played for Fulham. It's like, Roy, I love you, bud, but that's not the same thing. You're managing Liverpool now, not Fulham. That was just... Also, Roy was terrible at Liverpool, I have to say, even though I love the man. But what were Liverpool doing by appointing Roy Hodgson? They need to take some responsibility for that as well. Like, they've appointed Roy Hodgson and gone, fuck me, Roy Hodgson's turned up. Like, crazy. Højlund, I think Højlund is one of those guys that's going to turn it around. I think he's too young to be written off just yet. Lazar Markovic, that's a great point, yeah. 2.5 million. That is a lot, actually, for that level, anyway. I think Højlund, he did cost a lot of cash, but he's the kind of guy that's going to leave United, end up at someone like Ajax, and then get a move back somewhere massive in about 6 years. He just has that exact type of player written all over for me. Dredge Poet, thank you for the follow. Fernando Morientes. Oh my god, I hadn't thought about Morientes in a long time, but yes. I remember watching him play for Liverpool. I think this is I'm about to either be really wrong or pull the deepest of deep cut ball knowledge out. I remember watching Fernando Morientes play for Liverpool in, I assume, a Champions League or UEFA Cup qualifier against the Latvian team, who I believe was Kaunas. Might be wrong about it. We're talking 2004 kind of time, maybe 2005. I remember watching that game specifically. I think it was his first game for the club. If this actually happened, I'll be amazed. Sorry, did I say Latvian? I meant Lithuania. Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant. Ooh. He did go too early for sure. Paulo Futre cost nothing. That's impressive, actually, if it's a player that's cost nothing. Because United, okay, I don't know then. Did he play? Was that a game that happened? It's not a good goal record, but I also think it's hard to be good in that Man United team unless you are Bruno Fernandes. You were correct, actually. Wait, I actually was. There you go. Okay, I deserve credit for knowing that. This game quite literally happened nearly 20 years to the day ago, and somehow I remember watching this. I watched this in a house in Devon on holiday with my parents. Of all the things to remember about a player, why this? Ah, I have the weirdest ball knowledge. Like, it's like having a scout who only has knowledge of the British Virgin Islands. Do you know what I mean? That's me. Oh, it was absolutely terrible. I think, yeah. How the fuck did I know that? I think certain things just stick in your head. Lee, oh my god, yeah. Hello, Matt. We are doing... Actually, well, we were happy with the draw, and then we were unhappy with the next draw. So the good draw giveth, and the bad draw taketh away, I suppose. Tanguy Ndombele. I think there'd be a lot of competition for Spurs' worst signings. But he was expensive, right? Had no work ethic. Where is he these days? I love that you just nabbed that face from my the Welsh recap video. It's called Flint. No. Oh, that is incredible. So well done. The guy. Do you know what the thing is, right? This isn't like some spontaneous. They've probably been thinking about this for such a long time, but genuinely brilliant. I love shit like that. So simple as well. This many Scandinavian strikers in the Premier. It does seem like it's quite Scandi heavy, isn't it? Because you've got Højlund, you've got Isak, you've got Gyökeres, you've got Strand Larsen, Haaland, of course. How did I forget? And there we go, chat. The example of what complete blind spots for Erling Haaland, probably the best striker in the world, and yet I'm like, yeah, no, we've Strand Larsen. To be fair, Strand Larsen is a very good striker. I think he is going to pop this season potentially if he can avoid being injured. I really like him as a player. Christ, we've got real issues here. It's going to have to be Wallaby, isn't it? João Pedro, yeah. Each team should have to have someone with the team's name in their name. That'd be really tough for some teams. Fulham feels like a surname you could have, right? I've never met someone with that surname or even heard of someone with that surname, but it feels like a surname you could have. And Chelsea is fine, I guess. But there are certain clubs who just Man United could sign Manchester United MacGyver. Problem solved. Ali El Habsi. He was an Omani international, wasn't he? Of Wigan fame. Fulham as a name. Not a bad shout, actually. Let's just... One sec. Top English striker in the Premier League. I was about to say Chris Wood. And you'd be right. I knew you'd pipe up. Oh, tremendous. I know he is. That's why I laughed. It's Viduka. Best English striker in the Premier League. Chat, wrong answers only. We have so many like little annoying injuries. I guess, I mean, who would you say? Hello, Mikey. How's it going, man? Who would you say is the best English striker in the Premier League? Like, I'm actually struggling to think of them. Rooney? Ollie Watkins, probably? Yeah. It's surely got to be someone like Watkins. Delap could be. Not yet, but he has the potential. Nah, for me, Cole Palmer's he's more of a like... Cole Palmer is just kind of jack of all trades in a very specific area. Team's just drawing a lot at the moment, Mikey, unfortunately. A healthy Callum Wilson. Yeah, I'd love to see him. I think I hate for for the Delap is that he goes to Chelsea and they just go and get Joao Pedro. I know he's not going to play the exact same position, but it does feel like it's not great for him. But then this is what you get when you go to Chelsea. They're going to sign more players. Sorry, I meant Cold Palmer. That's true, he was born in Leeds. Right, I keep scrolling this, expecting something to change. Calvert-Lewin's a free agent right now, isn't he? Franklin Newton. Hang on, I recognise that name. I don't know why I recognise that name. Maybe we had a guy like that before. Where do you reckon he ends up? Because there's no way that he's not going to sign for somebody. Excuse me. There isn't actually there's a Fulham and a Fulana and a Runham and a Durham, but no actual Florian Fulland. But there isn't. There's also... Okay. There is Gurdeep Suckham. Which means we've got Suckham in the database, so that means there's opportunities here for us, I suspect. Except there isn't, because he's the only Suckham in the database. Disappointing. Thing is he going to demand insane wages? I feel like Calvert-Lewin has got a bit of the turkey about him. Do you know what I mean? There's something turkey-coded about the Fulham United. Yeah, Fulham United is a team. Welbeck, good shout, actually. I've always liked... Danny Welbeck seems to be ageless. Like, it feels like Danny Welbeck should be older than he is. Go deep, suck him. Is that like Live, Love, Laugh, but somehow worse? Turkey's always been an interesting... Especially the league. I've always just enjoyed that. Jose at Fenerbahce. Oh, there you go. I'm at Fenerbahce. That does feel very... Doesn't need any strikers. Need and buy. Lots of people don't need things. They still buy them. Sneaky good season. Okay. Interesting. I think Palace are going to be really good. I know there is going to be... If they weren't in Europe, I think they would do even better. But I do think they'll be really interesting to watch this season because it took a little while to beddle in, like last summer. It was like they were really good under Glasner. Then they started appallingly, but then they kind of clicked again. If they can avoid that like transition period again this season, I'd be really curious to see what Palace could be like. I would say, hey, look out for Fulham, but the fact... Please tell me that's onside. Get in! With Eze. Yes! This is why I think Fulham have been very lucky this summer. Because a lot of Fulham's players that are sort of... When you look at like... Just taking sort of clubs like Fulham, Palace, Bournemouth, Brentford, all of those sort of cluster of clubs from about sort of 9th down to about 13th. All of them have got standout players. The thing that Fulham have perhaps been lucky with at the same time is also a bad thing, is that a lot of the best ones that we've got are in an age profile that stops them from being quite so interesting to larger clubs. Whereas a lot of the other ones have got players that are somewhat younger, basically. And, for example, with the Bournemouth situation, with like people like Milos Kerkez and Dean Housen, right? So that's allowed us to keep a lot of our squad together a little bit, but also it does have the downside of the no real big sell-on value for these guys, and they have the fact that they are not exactly getting any younger. Come on, Tristan. If he makes it 2-0 here, this could be a really... Oh, my God. Andy Robinson. Maybe, but then they'll have to pay big money. And I like Andy Robinson. But if we did get huge money for him, then that would just be... We would have to then actually invest, because we are a bit light in that position. The last thing I want is Ryan Sessegnon playing there. The crucial thing was keeping Josh King and Seth Ridgen. Getting those two locked down to long-term contracts is massive for us. Man United just seem to get... I just think that's another bad move for Shesko. As Anderson nearly makes it 2-0. Talking about Andrew. Yeah, have you guys actually officially signed Polina yet? Or is that still like rumbling on? Because I was talking to my mate at the pub about this on Thursday, and it still doesn't seem to be official yet. Joshy has looked really good in pre-season. He has so many roles. Isn't it expired? Yeah. The note on Shazzy is expired, but we just keep it on there so people ask what the note is. It's somewhat a sort of conversation starter, you know? Dizzy announcement. Oh, fair enough. I like that for Spurs. I hate that for Fulham, but he will be amazing and Spurs fans will love him. Basically. There's no way you will not love him. If he stays fit for even like 80% of the season, you'll just enjoy watching him, basically. It's rare that I've enjoyed watching a defensive-minded player, but there is something about the way that Polina plays football that is just incredibly endearing. And he seems like a genuinely lovely dude. So that's cool. I always remember him referring to Craven Cottage as our cottage, which was just because of, like, you know, slight language barrier issues, but I just thought it was incredibly endearing and nice. We're actually putting in a good... Oh, pull it back. There's a guy right there. Come on! We are doing business away from home at Monaco. That's great. Players keep rejecting Newcastle. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Perfect for Frank. Yes, he is. He's basically an upgrade on some of the players that Brentford had in that same kind of role. Like, I watched, it was on Sky Sports on their TikTok account a couple of days ago. It was just a 1-minute compilation of Polina making tackles for Fulham. Sorry, can we just, like, have a moment in this game where there isn't a highlight? Because they equalised. We then scored directly from the kickoff, and now we've got another highlight directly from the kickoff. If they then equalise again, I will be fuming. I've never actually been... The only time I've been to Newcastle was to the Metro Centre. And that isn't really like Newcastle, is it really? Oh, imagine if he scored another one, though. Go on, slide him in. Anderson, there's runners. So many runners. Oh, wow, hang on a minute. Oh, wait, still through. Oh, Alabe! No! Oh, he nearly became my favourite Victor. God damn. Who don't know what was part of the deal. So, like, you get our player, but we get your guy on loan type of shit. Wow.
I'm the Pope.
Shit. Paradis is about to run us ragged. Oh, actually, wait, well played. Wait, no. I was going to say well played, but it very much isn't, is it? Oh, good save. Ill neglect. Thank you very much for the follow. I like it because it sounds like... Your name sounds a little bit like sort of... I was going to say death metal album, but it's more a sort of... hardcore punk album. Like Bay Area, you know? The Metro Centre. How are we winning? We're doing a good job here. Ualabi's missed that chance massively. Were there two, like, giant chances on that one highlight? There bloody were. They equalised. We scored. They had an insane chance. And then we had an insane chance as well. What a mad 2 minutes of game. This is the normal game engine. The default game engine. This is what I keep saying to people, right? It's brutal truth by a grindcore band. You're very close. No fucking way. I'm actually quite proud of that. God, I've been on a roll today, chat. Incredible. I didn't want to go as far as grindcore just in case, but it just felt right. I can imagine the logo and the inability to read said logo, you know? I can just hear the pig squealing from here. It's like Deliverance. I saw the clip of the Nakbreda fans at Norwich. So fun. I basically just really like... When someone follows, I just see their name, and obviously I want to thank them for the follow, but I always try to find something that I can jump onto as like a conversation starter. That's generally why I do it. But also I just kind of get interested as to why people's Twitch names are what they are. So that's always fun to find that sort of stuff out as well. Oh shit, he's through. Right, that should be a bit of a tight angle and it's well clear, but I don't think this play is over yet, unfortunately. Didn't they get like 2k fans travelling to Norwich for a friendly? Love that kind of support. For dummies. Yeah, I guess you could argue that. Essentially, like, my brain's like a black box. You just feed stuff into it and words just come out, even if I don't intend them to. Forced by him. So, basically, he wanted to play Champions League football. And obviously the deal at Fulham to sell him, we basically told him we would sell you if we could find a replacement. And we told this to Bayern as well. So the deal was all agreed, this was the previous summer, for him to go to Bayern. But we couldn't find a replacement and couldn't get the target we wanted. So we basically said, listen, we can't now sell you. And that, because there was pictures taken of him in Bayern shirt and everything. And he, being the absolute gentleman that he was, basically was like, you know what, fair enough. That was the deal. And then, oh, he's had a shocker. So then he came back, played a full season for us in the Premier League, didn't complain about it at all, and put in an absolute tremendous season for us, basically. At the end of that, Bayern was still interested in the player, and we said basically, look, we promised you that deal. Let's get it done early so we now have time to go find the target. He went to Bayern and everyone was kind of happy. So it was the most nicest way that a player is forced to move, if that makes sense, right? That's the best way to think about it. So while he did sort of force his way out, it was more of a kind of like, I'm asking really nicely, I've done this for you and I've given you these years, can you do this for me? I want to go play Champions League football. We got a massive fee. It kind of worked out for everybody, particularly as it allowed Sasha Lukic to come into the first team a lot more and has kind of, despite playing a different style of his actual playing style being different, he's filled that gap quite nicely because he's a better ball carrier than Polina is and his passing ability is slightly better. He's nowhere near as good in the tackle, obviously, but he does offer something slightly different. Thank you for coming to my Polina TED Talk. Prepare for that, Spurs, when he wants to force his way to a Champions League club in a couple of years. And exactly, we were able to use that money on Sander Berger, who, of course, while being a completely different type of player, is exactly what we needed in that position. Come on, Tristan. We're 3-1 up away at Monaco, and Tristan's just banged his 20th league goal of the season. What a guy. We were saying that he needed to start copping some goals, and he has. This is a huge win that might actually put us back in the Champions League contention. Duke Nukem with the 60 months.
60 months. 5 full years. Watching this silly wait, that's not my line. I'm surprised that the French league still exists this far into the future. I would have assumed it would have collapsed in a death black hole by now.
Ah, you're thinking of Belgium. You're thinking of Belgium. Are they actually going to get another Insta highlight goal? They actually are. This is the second time in this game there's been a kick-off Insta highlight goal. FM's lost the damn plot. So they scored in the 36th, we scored in the 37th. There was then another kickoff glitch goal, nearly, where we both should have scored. Then we've scored again. Now they've got another one straight from the kickoff. Christ on a bike. This game is destined to finish 3-3. And there it is. Fucking LFM. Well, we were happy to take a 2-goal lead just 5 minutes ago. Wait, did I see big news? What have I missed? Nicely! That's awesome, man. Congratulations, my friend. I don't know what we could put in the chat to celebrate that other than congratses. Condolences on no longer having a girlfriend. Broke up, innit? Well, that... I mean, if we'd have won that, which we... Frankly, in the end, the draw is a completely fair result. Our third straight draw. We've had a 1-1, a 2-2, and a 3-3. We're building it up, chat. That sucks. Good for Tristan. But... Actually, I'm going to say outro. That's a tough result, frankly. But yeah, Sun Living Spurs does kind of... About, like... He wasn't really great last season, was he? It did feel like his... I mean, maybe that would be different under a new coach, but it seems like maybe now was the right time for him to move on. The transfer he proposed. He's just trying to swap out. Jello Robinson stateside. Yeah, so basically that's not really a thing. Sometimes he gets called Jedi by the fan base, but for the most part it's just Robinson or Anthony. I don't really see a lot of the Jedi thing. I'm not sure where... I know where that came from because his dad was a massive Star Wars fan, if I recall, as well. But, like, it's never really... It feels like one of those nicknames that's almost too forced, I guess, so that people just haven't really cottoned onto it. What, so we have to be 4-0 down in the next game? Well, if we're 4-0 down against Angers in the next game, and we get a goal back, I'm happy with that. Yeah, 1-1-2-2-3-3. We are unbeaten in our last, 8 again, but a few too many draws starting to creep in there.
This is utterly beyond belief.
Don,
What is going on here?
Fine, I'll tell you. I'm called Don because I forced a friend of mine and I to join a Twitch raffle in 2013 for unused Justin.tv names that can be moved to Twitch, and he won it for me. Inspiration is the Godfather. Also my IRL friends also call me Don.
Do you know what, Don? I've only just noticed this. I know this is going to sound stupid. That your Twitch name is Don. That you have a 3-letter Twitch username and it's like an actual name. Like, how have I not noticed this? It's like seeing a rare number plate in the wild, and I can't believe you've been. Yeah, it'd be like me having Matt as my Twitch name. That's cool. I might generally might actually get a personalized plate at some point. It wouldn't say Matt on it, obviously, but I see a lot of them around here, and you can all guess what they have on them. Right. Christ, we're in real danger of potentially dropping. I just need Ozair to fall away a little bit. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Up the Don. 77. Gonna have to wait a few years for that. Although, actually, I say that. 2 years. That's horrifying. That's a number plate that's possible in 2 years. Surely I'd have MA77ELY. We winning again? God, Ron's B team are stacked when you consider how good ours is. Oh, that's 2 matches, mate. We don't want that. We'll have 1 match instead. Look at us go as well. We've played 3 games today already. Obviously, they're spaced out quite a lot now, but still. There is some what's always weird is when you see a plate that clearly, just because of the sheer number of digits in it, i.e. the lack of digits in it, cost an absolute fortune. But you see it on a car and you're just like, that plate probably cost more than that car did. It's one of the strangest things. There's a car parked on a road a couple of streets away from here. There's a giant one of those massive, oversized, completely unnecessary Volkswagen pickup trucks. You know, the ones that are too big for British roads that you see a lot of them about. That obviously they're fucking insanely expensive, and it's got a 3-digit number plate. Fine, whatever. But there's a random Honda Jazz from 10 years ago parked next to it that also has a 3-digit personalized plate, and I'm just like, that must be. We're talking 5 digits for these plates. Crazy. Oh yeah, the Dubai ones are insane. Yeah. It's always weird when you see that. It's like your car went bowling. Channel Islands, but I do love a nice. I like a license plate. There's a guy on TikTok called Ethan the License Plate Guy. His videos are very good. He talks about license plates. This is incredibly niche interest, I realise, but I do love a license plate. Pog used to never care about this sort of stuff, and then she started driving. Coincidence? I think not. Suddenly I'd be getting texts from her being like, I just saw Swiss license plates. Swiss one's a fun one to see. Just because they look a little bit different. Right, they're doing bits. Oh yeah, German number plates in the UK are insanely common. The Dutch ones are... If anything, I feel like Dutch ones are more common now. It always used to be German ones you'd see mostly. But I feel like I see more Dutch plates these days than German ones, especially in the summer because of all the Dutch caravanists. But the NL plates are everywhere. Especially on the way down to Devon. Loads of them. An Estonian one, that's cool. Also, what is the TR plate? Which country? Is that Turkey? I'm guessing it's Turkey. Which actually is weird, because at the time, I was like, what is... My brain went, what the hell is TR? And it's only just occurred to me that it's Turkey now, but at the time, my brain went to 2 things. Transnistria, literally not a country properly, and also Tirana. I was like, is that short for Albania? Melon. Turkmenistan, that would be cool. Don't see a lot of Turkish ones, but I have seen a couple. There were lorries. It's usually lorries that you see them on, because obviously it's logistics, so you tend to get a lot of that. Yeah, I tend to see a good amount of LT ones, and Polish ones and German ones. Occasionally I'll see a Greek one. That's always fun. I like seeing the Scandi ones too. There was a Swedish, obviously a Volvo. Come on, Swedish. On the A14 the other day. That was kind of cool. No, it wasn't. It was a fucking... It wasn't a Volvo. I'm an idiot. It was a Renault. It was like a Renault Raphael or something. I'd never seen it before in my life. But weird looking car. But it also had a load of Swedish writing across the back of the, like, on the boot lid too, which was just really strange. Right, so PSG are into the final, which is good. Because we may well need the final to go our way in order to actually qualify for Europe if we end up coming 7th in the end. Yeah, there's a few Ukrainian ones parked around the city. You see a lot of them in Cambridge as well. French plates, loads of those. American plates. Actually, you do sometimes see American plates around here because there are 2 American air bases literally within like 10 miles of here. So you see a lot of imported cars. They'll often have British plates on them, but you can tell they've been imported from America because, well, you can just tell. Square number plates for a start. But sometimes you do actually see them with American plates on, which is I remember seeing one from Florida a couple of months ago, which is so strange to see on British roads. Pretty cool though. Right, you guys are coming back in again. But yeah, because everyone's like, I don't know how that happens. Like, I assume if they're stationed at Lakenheath or Mildenhall for a long period of time, they get to bring their car over or something. I assume that's how it works because there's so many American cars around here. Oh, Danish number plate. Love to see it. Oh, wow. Was it Zealand? Yeah, it was Zealand. He lives on RAF Lakenheath now these days. So he can fly around Europe and be a jet setter, you know? What's with the Namibian Illuminati going on here? Big fan. There's another one I quite like. I think it's either the Guernsey or the Jersey plates that you see in the UK. The ones that are essentially black and silver, but they're on modern cars. I forget what the really specific rules is to how you get those, but it's always weird when you see those. For the police, that's the police. Terrifying. It's a bit Orwellian, isn't it? Historic. No, but these aren't veteran cars. These are like brand new cars, like brand new Range Rovers with black and silver plates on them, not black and white. I believe they're from one of the Channel Islands, and there's like some special way that you get them on your cars, but they're certainly not for like vintage cars. That's why I wanted to make sure I drew the distinction there, because these are all like brand new cars. I just can't remember exactly what they are for and how you get them and why. I believe it's a Channel Island though. Oh, come on. Not another injury. Not another one? Okay, so Smates, not that we care about him, but Binder will be back. Kraken will be back. Losing Anderson actually is a bit of a problem. Ooh. Wait a second, Generation on foot. We probably should do, we've played like 3 games today, which means we've easily gone past like 3 weeks of game time. So I really should check in on this. Wow, that's bad. Oh my god, that's appalling. I mean, Peter Musa actually looks kind of intriguing. But where's the generation foot? Have we just completely exhausted Senegal as far as their entire footballing population? He's intriguing. Wow, he's worth quite a lot of money. But like the best generation foot player in here is this guy, Damien Diakite. I mean, he might be all right, but I might just scout him anyway just in case. Is he another right back? Whoa, Damien, what's with the hairline, son? Unfortunate. Oh, we care about Smatesy, but I just wanted to see who was paying attention. Left-hand drive. Most of those like random US ones I see around here with the square number plates, and they're all like versions of cars that were never sold in Europe. But yeah, they are often left-hand drive. Is it Guernsey ones? That's the one. Yes, it's Guernsey plates. That's the ones I was thinking of. They do look, on a black car, they do look pretty sick, I've got to say. Like, seeing those on like a BMW, blacked out BMW M3 is actually kind of cool. Obviously, it's massive vanity, but they do look kind of sick. Isle of Man plates. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of those, but it might just be that because of where I live and where the Isle of Man is, I imagine you see a lot more Isle of Man plates if you're in sort of like Manchester, Liverpool, just the northwest in general, right? Because I actually don't think I've probably only seen like 1 or 2 the entire time I've been driving. We drew 3. Basically, what happened was FM happened. So essentially, when we scored for Barnetcha to make it 3-1, we got another instant kickoff goal. They scored straight away, and then they went and scored a corner goal almost immediately after that. And there was just sort of one of those things where you just kind of can't do anything about it, unfortunately. On the verge of Sochaux history, nice. I think he gets that. He's on the verge of it twice. Wait, hang on, what? Oh, one's the overall scoring and one's the league scoring. Cool. I don't know if there's an Irish plate. Yeah, I bet. Oh yeah, Irish plates, of course. You see some Irish plates around here. There's an Irish, it's like a Skoda with Irish plates that's parked on the hill into the city. I assume they just live here. They just happen to, because it's been there for like months. It's got to be 4-4 if the pattern holds. I mean, if we're going to draw 4-4, it might as well be we go 4-0 down and pull it back, right? Pog's having to I've missed Pog. You know? It makes me very much appreciate what I have when Pog's around. And just having Pog in my life. Because it can be quite lonely without a Pog in your life. Oh. Crazy rare football shirts. Probably. Oh my god. I think PSG just carried out a breast reduction. PSG 11, Brest 0. No red cards. I suppose what happened 20 years that we scored the goal to make it 3-1 and they instantly scored from the kickoff. That's the second kickoff goal from that game, and then they got a corner goal straight afterwards. It was one of those ones where you're just kind of riding the wave of nonsense. There's nothing you can do about it. What was their XG? What do you reckon? I reckon it's going to be 4.3. It'll be like embarrassingly low. This is where it's like 9. I'm going 4.3. Bear with chat, it's got to load it. Oh, 4.9. They should still be ashamed of themselves. Brest, that is. Conceding 11 goals off of that is... Also, Warren's Emery still there. 14 on target. That means that goalie only made 3 saves. That is really weird, Dan, that it didn't do the right song, but it did get the right artist. Let me refund your points. We'll have both. 6 red rate play. Even one of the substitutes got a red rate. When did you get subbed on? Oh, subbed off. My apologies. Subbed off. Imagine if your substitute had managed to get a red rating. Who got the worst rating? This guy here. 5.3. That's bad. That's... Wow. Their entire front line basically nearly got 10s. In fact, yeah, other than Neubauer really should have done better with this. Old Bauer would have never let this happen. Crazy. Ah, shit. I'll just add it manually down. I forgot that it does that. I'll accept that one. I'll just add it myself. I still haven't figured out where to bypass that. And there it is. Boom. Also, who you calling a man child? It's me, obviously. Right. What does that do to their goal difference? Plus 66. Yeah, that'll probably be enough. Also, Lyon have conceded 69 goals. I was expecting that to be Brest there, but no, it's actually Lyon. What's also gone under the radar here? Troyes have only conceded 51 times, but have only scored 15 goals all season. They're scoring every other game. That's one a game. Christ on a bike. Beat them early on. I think we did. Yeah, we beat Brest 3-1 there, and I think 4-0. Yeah, 3-0. So we put 6 past them, but lordy lord. It's up there with that. Was it Real Madrid being Almeria? Or Almeria? I never know which way to say that. Was it... It was 11-0, wasn't it, actually? Because there was 2 red cards in that game. But the fact that there was no red cards in that game and it was all just like pure results is mad. It was... Oh, Christ. Our results against PSG. Yeah, it was this year. It was actually our 3rd game of the season. Massively lucky. Like, horrendously lucky. But Velazzi, Tristan and Nagalo got us the goals. Very fortunate goal, though. Almeria. Also, Almeria. Right, okay, yeah. I didn't see the I. Just, yeah, all the red performances instead. Find this guy who's currently in the league top score. Oh my god. Shame about the lack of PA. But also, who cares if he's playing this well, right? How many goals has he got? 18 in 26 is insane. Champions League level as well. Up Langreo. That's all I can say to that. Up the Langreo. Right. Okay. Pocket on Jazz. Yeah, hang on. Wasn't there a look up for that earlier? Did I miss that? Do the TikTok dance. I can't do any form of dancing, let alone TikTok or otherwise. So Pog at Angers has got 4 goals this season, but has not started a single game. 27 substitute appearances. Pog really is a super sub for life. And earning good wage. Did we make it? Oh, no, we didn't make a loss because we got him for free. Scored more goals this season for Angers than did for us. Obviously in double the amount of appearances, but still. And a man of the match as well. Or a Pog of the match in this case. Missed my goalkeeper. Well, the thing is I can't put anything on the wall at all, Basil. I'm not allowed to. I need to sort out something I can put there, but I haven't got around to doing that yet. It's just another thing that's on the list of things to do, basically. But yeah, Pog's doing well, which is pleasing. Still only 32. Our scholars. She's certainly not looking... Oh, yeah, there you go. Cyril Lefebvre is up to 4-star PA. The only player that looked even half decent in our entire intake. I probably should... They've got him on quickness training. I don't hate that, but he's never going to be anything great, is he? It's a shame, but he's not likely. Oh, please don't feel the need for gifts, Basil. Come on now. It's a very good pitch. Right, okay. Can we just have anything other than a draw? They've nowhere near been as good as Tenerife, but remember that we are behind a few more. If we can get like one more youth intake upgrade, I think we might be able to start getting someone good. Mallory's the one that I think is the biggest chance of like a ceiling, but even he started to lose a bit of PA on the thing now, which makes me think that he's most likely not great. It certainly could be better. How do I play? Can Ruggieri do the role yet? Not really. I mean, I guess I could try him there and put Stoyan behind him instead, because I feel like it might be better than putting Diego Lorente in there, honestly. Actually, how good is Lorente for that role? His passing isn't bad. The tackling worries me a little bit, though. We're definitely missing someone from the bench, though, aren't we? Oh, it's Dennis Anderson, of course. Right, who's coming on instead of you then, bud? Nagalo should be fit again now, though, right? Yeah, good. At least we got him back. Binder's not back anytime soon. Can I put back in Jose Claudio? I probably should, even though I like Conan. Claudio does seem to have... His average ratings have been pretty good. But I do want Conan on the bench. Habila is probably coming on the bench as well, actually. Instead of probably Kubek. We are definitely going to need some more players for Europe next season. My concern is how we're going to be able to sign them, because I'm not sure the board are going to give us much money this summer. It might require another sale. I'm just not sure who. Oh, I guess we could sell Herbert Bauer, right? Since we've got Oscar coming back from his loan as well. That will certainly help. 30 million. That's that still seems too high. But it's basically, he needs to go to a club where he can rehabilitate himself. And the problem is, 30 million is a lot for someone to pay to try to do that. What are we listening to? This is literally from a comedy album. I forgot that people put out albums of comedy. 30 million is a huge punt, yeah. Someone not that good. I realise that, but like, there's still going to be limited clubs that can afford that and are in the position to want to have a player like Højlund. That's the issue. He needs to be kind of like... What they need to do, basically, is say, it's 30 million, but we'll do a loan with an option. Because at least then there's a way of the club going... Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the only way they'd really be able to get that to work. Well, we all heard that. She's got some back-breaking titties, chat. Today we learned. We'll pay you. Yeah, here's 30 million. Please have our player. Right, Angers. I really think that we're still in with a chance of getting 4th place. It's just tough. But we just... I mean, the good thing about this, though, is that Auxerre have just lost to Monaco. So if we do get a dub here, I think we'd probably be okay for... No, it's a guy... It's someone called Morgan O'Shea, who I've never heard of. Right, come on. Early goal. Never mind. The song is called... I mean, would we say this is a song? I'm not sure. And now we're listening to something called Poisoning Pigeons in the Park. And now we've considered a goal as well. Oh, Europe is ebbing and flowing away from us right now. We might just about scrape in 7th spot. Then again, Conference League could be very fun next year. Kilaza kind of has some answering to do for that one. I blame the music. Agreed. I blame the breast reduction song for this. This is the 4-4 game, so we shouldn't really be too worried unless we take a 4-1 lead. Then the worries begin. Because at this point, we'd still only be 2 points above Auxerre, and we can't really afford that. We need to not lose this. At least, I think... 3 of the 4 games we've played today have been away from home as well. So we should, in theory, have a couple of home games coming up soon. Because we do have 2 more to play at home, at least. Or is it? No, we've actually only got 1 more home game this season. Stoyan, that's great. Ruggieri, drop it across. Surely 1-1. Pull it back. Why has he passed it to him? He had a perfectly positioned attacker, completely clear in the box, and he's passed it to the guy that's completely... I suspect this game is going to be a frustrating one. Claudio, nothing he's done so far makes me think he's worth that. But I think you're buying potential with a player like Claudio. The issue is we probably won't be able to sign him if we don't get in the Champions League, because we won't have the money to sign him. That's the problem. Because he's worth, it's £14 million. We will not be able to afford the 14 million quid unless we get Champions League. Oh, it's beautiful. Santiago Velasquez, come on. This has been coming. We've actually looked really good other than that goal. Hello, Jinjo. Velasquez he's probably, for me, signing of the season. Because he was cheap. He's a creative masterclass in the midfield. But he also has a weird amount of goal-scoring ability for someone who's not really part of his game. But he loves a banger. And I think we can all respect that. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Do I have to do it again? Do I have to do the Nothing Beats a Jet 2 holiday again? When Jess Glynn kicks in, it's all going. Oh, for God's sake. Good save. Cheap holiday PSG. Yeah, should we just bring back the breast reduction song? That's right, Jess Glynn will light the way. Claudio does seem to get good ratings, though, is what I would say. There's no way that's going to give us a penalty. Although, I was wondering if any kind of weirdness was going to go on there. Claudio does seem to be... if he does play well for the rest of the... Oh, hang on. Go on. Then I'd be tempted to try to break the bank to find a way to get him. I suspect that we could pay less than his release clause, but it would be like 12 million.
Jet 2 holiday. And right now you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available with 22 kilograms of baggage included. But now with Jet 2 holidays. Package holidays you can trust. ATOL protected.
ATOL protected, chat. Protect your ATOLs. Particularly the Bikini Atoll. Watch out for it. Haribo Bauer grabs the goal. It's 2-1. Come on, and Avon, thank you for the 100 bits. That was perfectly timed. Yeah, now we're on Jet 2. We're flying. We just need this just on repeat for the rest of the game. My turn on the second chorus. Is it? Is it? Well done, lads. That was a comeback and a half, considering that we... pretty certain most of their XG was the goal. I'm pretty certain their goal was like 1.3 XG because it took them 2 bites at the cherry to actually get it over the line. Yeah, if we don't score 3 goals... Sorry, if we score 3, then it can't possibly... Watch us lose 4-3 when that happens. Look at the possession. We're absolutely destroying them. Oh, we got to fly Jet 2. We'll get our own whatever French is for Jet 2. Jet douce. I don't know what jet is in French. Either way, I can see this going okay for us for the rest of this game because we're just in total control. Le jet douce. Not douce, deux. I'm here for it. Le jet deux. Who is the ref in this game? How did you even notice that, Terrier? Willie Delajode. Chat, we got to win this game now. We've got Willie on our side. And with Willie on your team, you cannot fail. Avon Douce Vacanes. There we go. Perfection. It does sound kind of... It feels like it would be pronounced J. With big Willies on the 1s and 2s, we got this. Where's that pass for... There, well... I mean, that was the pass. It's just Barnecci didn't actually bother making the run for the pass. But it's okay. It's 7 billion IQ. He's like, I need to let this ball go. That way we can win the ball back in a minute, catch them out, and spring for the counter attack that gives us the third goal. This song is just giving me good vibes. We're 3-1 up at Angers. We've been in this spot before, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. We were 3-1 up against Monaco as well. This is great from Nagalo. This little chop inside, throws the defender, hits the other defender on the buttocks, and it's 3-1 to Sochaux. The question is it going to be 4-4? That's the real question. God, everyone in the team is just doing well here. He did the Robin. He did. It's like a dance move. Well, there's the penalty. Here it comes. Here comes the comeback. Literally straight. Oh my God. We cannot catch a break here, can we? I mean, it's definitely a penalty. Hundy P. We need another round of Jet 2, I suspect. The second that the song finished, we conceded a penalty. 4-4 is incoming. Right, come on. Not again. We cannot throw away 3-1 leads away from home in back-to-back games. Right, come on, Kilaza. That's a really good penalty. Oh, Christ. God, this guy's got 22 goals this year. No wonder Pog's not in their team. Oh, no, that means that Pog's going to come off the bench. Pog basically comes off the bench in every single game. Hundy P. I say a lot of things, Dan, that you don't expect me to say. I like to keep people on their toes, you know? I'm down with the kids. Oh, please. Oh, I actually thought we were going to concede straight away from a fucking set piece again, just like the last game. Right, lads, get your asses out of your heads. Let's make something happen. Jerry's actually done okay today, to be fair. Back through on attacking football. Ooh. Is this going to be like a back three on attack, just going to get relegated, or is there something better likely to happen as well? I'm going to get Stoyan off because he's been awful. Velazzi's tired, but like, what can you do? Nagalo scored a goal. Ooh, the bench is just not benching. That's the problem. Like, the changes, nothing excites me off the bench. I think I might just leave it. No one's... oh, they've gone to a 4-4-2 now. And now Velasquez... oh, no, he's not really... the problem is, when I brought Kraken on last time, it made us a lot worse. Even though he's tired. Oh, God. Right, good tackle. Pog's on. Oh, well, we know what's about. We know that this is going to end 3-all or 4-all. Pog is going to score the goal that takes the points away from us. I can almost feel it. Right, come on, Velazzi. Right, ping it over the top. Oh, Tristan's in. Come on, Tristan, kill the game. Fuck's sake. Yeah, it's chances like that you've got to be burying. Like, you've got 20 league goals, but... booting, we could actually, yeah. Because we are needing somebody to come off the bench instead of replace Velazquez in games, but pretty much. And because obviously we don't have Strawberry. Oh, go on, have a bet. Oh, no! Oh, we're getting very unlucky here. Right. Yeah, the Velazzi's, the two different Velazquez. We actually found a third one, which we're interested in for the summer potentially. And I believe all three of them would have different nationalities as well, which just makes them even better. Right. But yeah, I think you're right. Ivic, or whatever his name was, would be the one. Call him up. We are actually going to just do a bit of game management. Watch this go wrong. Wowza! Thank you very much for the follow.
Here's a
It's not come through yet. That's how quick I am. Do I probably turn it down a little bit more, or are we just going to try and see out the final moments of this game? Okay, so we've got the dub. Finally. Did that go like 8 minutes of stoppage time? Oh, well, we also broke the cycle. 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 3-2. Next game, 3-1. Then 3-0. Success, profit, and all the good things that a human being can have. Majic. The thing is, we don't need them in the back in the B team at this point because they can't win the league. So it might as well be... the thing is, Majic is just not even that good. He's just good for the 4th tier. Whereas I feel like Ivic could actually do a job. And also remember, Binder is playing as a number 8 most of the time, and we do have Bauer and Jordan for those roles. So I'm actually not bothered about the depth there. It's just not being able to bring on a DLP in games when Velazquez gets tired is an issue. Which at least we know where our options need to be in the summer, like the players we need to be looking for. That's huge, though, because that moves us 5 points clear of Auxerre with 3 matches to go and a much better goal difference. And we're still only 2 points behind Monaco. Like, we're not out of the Champions League race yet. We're actually not that far off of... Well, they've got a game in hand as well. So it definitely means I think we should be looking for a European DLP option. Then again, Ivic is kind of good. But I think our issue with him was he didn't look like he had the ceiling, right? It seemed like... I mean, first team players... Sorry, players ready for... I mean, Jasmine Mehic. I don't think he'd add anything to us for the rest of this season in our team. I wouldn't bring him off the bench instead of Jordan or Bauer. Let's have a look at these other guys. Donkey Diarra. Donkey's actually pretty solid. Emmanuel, I don't remember who this is. Oh, he's one of the cheap Spanish guys. That's okay then. Wants to watch. I don't think he's in there too, actually. Cause for concern. Why would there be cause for concern? Yeah, Mehic was the Feyenoord guy. Yeah. Altariva. Wow, okay. Was he always 5-star? The Lebanese guy is actually developing quite nicely. Which squad are you in, bud? Because I feel like you should be playing B-team football. Oh, you are? Well, you're certainly not. You should be, but you're not. Mallory's actually kind of... I mean, we're seeing development. I'm just not sure if it's what we want. Signorini as well. You can already play number 10. He's just way too slow for the role. Let me actually go dig in, see what we... Oh, that's the second team. Wait, he is in the second team, isn't he? No one actually that good is in around a 19 squad. Let me just check the second team. See who's ready to come out of there. Karapic is out on loan. Mastroianni. Zanotta. Damn, he's worth whoa, he's worth loads. There's some fun random Italian players we got. Let's be saying goodbye to Serie C this Serie D this summer as well. Makoko. Oh, he's out on loan. And he's kind of chefed. The only issue with him is knowing where on earth he would play for us next season. He might be the kind of guy that if there is interest from elsewhere, we could sell for like 10 million with a massive sell-on fee. Because I like him, but I'm not sure he'd ever really be able to suit... Like, he's not really tall enough to be... Yeah, he's 13 caps for Cameroon. The guy is a really good player. Very strange song choices. There's more to come, chat. Don't worry. The queue has some... Oh, there's Tate McRae after this. We can calm down with a bit of Tate McRae. I wonder if this was Dan's. Don't ask why. Tiny. Well, I mean, he's 6'1", which is taller than most of us, I would have thought. Who am I even looking for in here? Where the hell even is he? Oh, Nemanja Ivic. Yeah, he is not good, is he? He's just a really low CA. I mean, he's not bad. Actually, his attributes aren't bad. He's just quite limited. But I think for the rest of this season, I will bring him up to the senior squad just so we can have him on the... Oh, wait, is he injured? Oh, he's unavailable. Yeah, he's basically... What that means is in the summer, we absolutely need to sign another DLP option, i.e. We want a young DLP that's not going to expect to play football all the time, but can make like 20, 30 substitute appearances for us this season. That's kind of what we need. Because Velazzi's going to be the starting player. But we need someone that's comfortable sitting behind them and isn't going to kick off about it, but looks to have some reasonable development. I just realised that the game is probably going to be weird about... Oh, there we go. It's because of the dots. Go to the league. Ah, perfect. Okay, so now we know that 7th place is going to get us Europe. Anthony Akufo. I knew I recognised that name. We had him at Tenerife, didn't we? Or did we? Yeah, we definitely did. He's gone on to big things. Well, bigger things. MCO, thank you for the follow. Let's get back. Exclamation mark skin, Freezy, is SAS25 is what it's called. But if you do that, you'll get the skin and all the good stuff attached to that as well. Orion Nettle. Oh, yeah. It's got a real sting to his game. Yeah, they're... Well, 4th... Oh, dear. Not an immense season for them. In fact, they could still get relegated here. What is their record looking like? Oh, they have been a few times, in fact. They've already had 3 relegations in this save, but the lowest they finished in the 2nd tier was 4th. Every other time they've been relegated, they've immediately won it. They're basically just, for the most part, too good for the 2nd tier, but can't always get it going in the Eredivisie, other than that 1 7th place there and a little cheeky 8th place there as well, which ain't too bad. They're very yo-yo-y. I always remember when we first got to MTK and they had Liverpool and NEC as their affiliates, and we had Robin Roof on loan from them initially. Could be worse. Yeah, but surely you wouldn't want your rivals to completely disappear, right? I've just realised who we're playing next. The next game is basically European football on the line. Oh, good. Oh, it's the other Velasquez. Do you know what? We can get through a game without Felix. Much more difficult to get through one without Santiago. So yeah, we're playing Auxerre next. If we win that, we are officially in Europe next year. If we lose that, things become a lot more squiffy for us, particularly as our last two games are against Toulouse away, which is possible, and then PSG away. Yeah, Lyon have absolutely eaten shit this season. They started poor and got worse. Like, they were bad, but now they're really bad. They were always like the playoff team, but look how far adrift they are of everybody else. Their goal difference... They've conceded 71 times this season. Brest, of course, have conceded 73. I mean, that's what happens when you concede 11 goals to Paris Saint-Germain. 13 in total. What bothers me the most is that Troyes have only scored 15 times. That means 16 games. No, probably not even 16 games. It's more than 16 games, most likely, have had clean sheets against them. Also, look at Angers' form lately. They may drop out of this entirely. Hang on. Have they got many decent players to free from the second league? Who are we talking about? And also, which players would be free? Yeah, literally, Troyes have scored Lyon. Well, they don't have any free players because they have contracts. And also, like, contracts will be very high because Lyon. It's not likely to be a benefit to us, let's put it that way. They will have some relegation release clauses, but I very much doubt that... Although it's probably worth us doing a... Yeah, but the thing is, relegation release clauses doesn't suddenly mean that you don't have to pay their wages. Like, they might have some players that are worth... But I would be very surprised if any of their team is worth signing. Because if they were that good, they wouldn't have finished with, like, record low points totals. But it's worth having a look at the team reports anyway on their first team squads and prioritise the three of them, because we know they're all going to likely get relegated. Or one of the three certainly will stay up. Maybe. Actually, they're all so bad that they might just all go down, honestly. Who's up the top of the Ligue 2? Guingamp are coming back up. Le Havre, and Lorient. Let me just prioritise those three, just so we can have a little look. See if there is anything fun in there. But it's just not really an area where I do much shopping anyway, because there isn't a... Yeah, Chavez Brown is Troyes' captain. He actually scored against us this season too. He scored one of the goals that they have scored. It was against us. I think we beat them 3-1. Or it might be 4-1. Where was it? Oh no, we beat them 2-0 there. And there you go. Yeah, he scored a 90th minute goal against us in the last league game in a 3-1 victory. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was prioritising the reports. As in Patrick Mbappe? Or a different Patrick? No, Patrick Mbappe plays for Toulouse, doesn't he? But yeah, with the relegation release clauses, basically signing players from other clubs in France is going to be expensive, and we probably won't have a lot of money to spend to begin with. I mean, we've got... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe we will have some money to spend, actually. 30% sell-on clause for Bright or Saji. Now, they paid us already 15.5... Well, it will equal 15.5 million. They owe us a little bit more. How much do you reckon they're willing to give us for this? Because I'm definitely going to accept this. The only downside is because he's playing in the Netherlands, his value might not be as high as some of the others. If it's anything over $1 million... 30% of profit made on his next transfer will be owed to Sochaux. They've paid 14 million quid. In order to even get that, they'd have to sell... So say we would... In order to get £600,000 out of them organically, they'd have to sell him for like 16 million quid. Are they realistically going to sell him for 16 million quid? I don't think so, personally. I think that's a good bit of money to just take now. 17... Okay, but... Well, if we're getting 30% of it, then we'd need like 1.8 million of profit. So about 16 million quid. Whatever. Semantics. We're not. Yeah, I think we just get the money. Nakedrop's a bit different because it's barely any money anyway, and I might as well just leave that in there because they sign it for so little. If they do sell it makes more sense, and that's just free cash. Should have got much bigger, Ruben. So it was originally. They also owe us another £1.5 million anyway, so that's like $500,000 right there, just in free money. That's basically just us signing a guy from Nigeria in the summer. Just paid for out of a clause that I wasn't even that bothered about putting in the contract. Like, what I wanted from them there was actual funds up front. Like, if we went into the summer with like 10 million available, we could work with that. It wouldn't be enough to sign Jose Claudio. It's okay, Ruben, I'm just messing. It's also, hang on, Morton now Czech citizen. So the first there was Tyler Morton. Sorry, Tyler Le Morton. And now we've got Michael Mortonczyk. I don't know. That sounds more Polish than Czech. Quick, somebody Czecherize his name for me. Maybe it's just the Morton thing. Wait, was he only 17? He doesn't look too bad, actually. Incredibly. International Morton Mysteries. I'd watch it. Mortonage. You can take... yes. So... You may be doing this stuff already, but basically the best way... actually, context I think is quite important for Easy. So what club are you managing? Do you know what... And in what league, obviously, and what your youth recruitment and junior coaching numbers are, or at least the stars, if you have some idea of that. That'd be really helpful to get us started. Another nationality checked off the list of Tyler Morton dominance. He must have been there when he was very young. I think he came through their youth academy, didn't he? Because I believe we found him when we did Sparta or Slavia's academy check. Barrow's development concerns. No, you're not. No, you're not. Can't afford to offer you a better deal right now. Good lad. That means that when someone else wants one, we can tell him he turned it down. Galatasaray. Okay. So... And what is your youth recruitment level? So basically, your youth recruitment level. This right here is the most important factor when determining how good your youth intake is going to be relative to the nation that you're in. At the end of the day, you're going to be bound by Turkey's youth rating. Luckily, Turkey's youth rating is actually pretty good. You need this to be as high as possible. So basically, the way you do that is you ask the board for specifically... I don't know if it'll actually show up on mine. It will say, like, improve junior recruitment. Or like youth recruitment. That's what you're looking for. You need to get that as high as possible. Once you get that maxed out, it basically means that you, your club, and 4 grey stars. Really? Do Galatasaray have... Hang on, what? Maybe it's the skin? Hang on. 4 grey stars? Surely Galatasaray have better youth recruitment than that. Because 4 grey stars would be like 7? Well, I mean, obviously Galatasaray might have improved theirs in the save. Do they really? So what does 4 grey stars equal? Is that like 7 or 8? So it's 8. Wow. I just thought Galatasaray would be higher than that. I mean, I guess they are in this save because presumably they've improved. Yeah, I know it doesn't have the numbers. So basically, that's the most important thing to focus on. You need to be getting that up as much as possible. So basically, if you could get that to the point where it's higher than any other club in your league, then you will essentially be getting the first pick of the youth players each year. Because the way that it kind of works is like a draft in the background. So if you have 20 youth recruitment, hypothetically, you will get the first dibs statistically on the better players. If a load of teams have the same youth recruitment, then it goes on reputation. But Galatasaray will have one of the highest reputations in Turkey, so it shouldn't matter too much about that. Basically, though, you want to get the youth recruitment as high as possible. Junior coaching will also affect the quality of them when they come through, but not their potential. But that's the basic way to go about it. The other thing you can do that will maybe help you is to get a head of youth development who's got high professionalism, i.e. a personality that has high professionalism. So model citizen, model professional, driven, resolute, one of those. Actually, no, driven doesn't have it, does it? Resolute does, though. Something like that. That will also have a better chance of giving them better personalities, which means if they do have any PA, they may be more likely to develop it, potentially. That's all you really can do for the most part. I think the biggest takeaway from that is that Galatasaray have really low youth rating. I didn't realise that. Driven I think is really good, but it doesn't have inherently high professionalism as part of it. So most of the time, players with driven personalities will be really solid and good players that you can develop, right? But it's not going to give you a guarantee of high professionalism. Generally speaking, if a player has got everything that's like to be driven and then has high professionalism, they're probably just going to be resolute. But you do sometimes see some outliers. You sign Osman, well, don't blame them. The first season, really? So they've improved a lot in this save then, if they're up to 14 now. Kilazo is a very good keeper, yeah. He's really good. He just ticks so many buttons. One thing I will say, though, is one of the keepers we got out on loan, fairly professional is like, it's like a second tier, but well, it's a second tier personality for me because while it is good, if they have fairly professional, it means that there's like a hard limit on how high their professionalism can be. Because if it was any higher, they wouldn't be fairly professional. They'd be professional or one of the slightly better personalities. But like, it's certainly not a bad thing, but it's not like a, it's kind of like a, it's not moving the needle too much, but it's nice to have. It could be worse. Like, you certainly wouldn't, you'd rather have that than 18 or Esther. Yeah, it's not like, it's below. It's just below it. Has a floor of 15, which is still pretty good. 15 professionalism is pretty decent, to be fair. I didn't realize it was as high as that. Which I'd argue actually puts it in, like, a player with 15 professionalism is, yeah, sorry, ceiling, yeah, is really good. I'd take that. If I found out my Wonder Kid had 50 professionalism, I'd be totally fine with that. See reports. So the list of clubs where I set it, there'd be no point in me giving you the list of clubs that I've set it up at because it would be unique to my save. So, because the reason that these clubs work in this save is because these are the clubs that in this specific database structure and save setup are the ones producing youth players, whereas that might not be the same in your save. So what I try to do is provide people with the logic that I use to find the players and the clubs rather than the clubs themselves. Let me just have a look at this report. But basically what you're looking for is clubs that are producing youth players. So the way I find them basically is I go to under 19 national team squads, look at which teams are producing players in those squads, and then I do the scouting from there. Because you can right click and get team reports on the under 19s from those screens. So for example, if I go to Dr. Congo here, go to the under 20 squad because it's Africa, do that. I'll see that AC Rangers are producing players. You'll notice that I'm already scouting them. But that's what I would do basically, just have a little look through. Obviously the under 23 squad as well. So we've got these guys here. Oh, wow. We're actually missing one of them. Lovely. Just a way of like kind of, that's how I do it basically. Because I know that these teams in the last couple of years have had youth intakes that actually contain players. Because the last thing you'd want is to scout clubs that in theory could produce good players. But if there's no players in the intake, it wouldn't matter. So if you had your database set up in a way that meant that Generation Foot essentially weren't producing any actual players, then there's no point in scouting them. That's basically the way that I do it. I've got massively high floors, yeah. That's why I stand up so much. It's just the floor's really high. Right, so Leon's squad. So that guy's listed, but he's on loan from them. Diogo, 30 years old, way too expensive. There's Carlos here, who's 26. Left winger model citizen, 30 grand a week, would probably want more. Out of interest, I suspect he would want more money from us. Yeah, we're not going to pay that. Yeah, so in your save, then Mamelodi Sundowns will be one that's worth scouting. But if, for example, if someone set their database up with like a small database, then Mamelodi Sundowns might not ever have actual players come through their intakes. No. Gem clubs are kind of, like there are certain clubs that you can obviously go after pretty much in every save without much of an issue, like your ASEC Mimosas and your Generation Foot. But if you are, say, playing on a small database with only one league set to playable, you might find that their squads are greyed out every single time. And it's a waste of your scouts' time, whereas this way it kind of triages it to clubs. So even after that, what I'll do is I'll go through on the team report page and sort by squad size. And then, for example here, there's no point in us scouting these squads anymore because they are empty. Because all these players presumably are in their reserve team. It's weird that Fluminense have so few players. Let's go. They have Virgilio and Vaguinho. Great names. Affiliate agreements. It depends on what you're trying to do, because it depends on what type of affiliate agreement you're looking for. Fulham Champions League save? No. I don't really like managing in England. I just find it quite boring a lot of the time. So I haven't done a proper English save in a long time. Next year, though, definitely. But it wouldn't be with Fulham. Just I don't really like managing my own club. You got to, yeah. If you're doing that, then most likely you'll be able to have access to the same teams as me. But in this save, because I have a load of extra stuff set to playable, there is a chance that it's producing even more players from like weird leagues. Loan current youth 2. So those are two very different things. As far as I know in FM, it's really hard to get an affiliate that does both of them. You either need to be going for one to sign players from abroad, or you want you can loan players too. Generally speaking, you want to differentiate between those two, and I'm not even sure if the game will easily let you do both. I mean, maybe it will. But if you're trying to get better intake players from abroad, you basically just want to go for a team in a really high youth intake, high youth rating nation. So it doesn't matter about so much the quality of the club's facilities itself. You're looking for the youth rating of the team, which is a bit boring, I agree. But say you're at Everton, you're probably just looking for a Spanish one or a French one rather than like a Red Star. Because although Red Star's ratings are really good, Serbia's youth rating is a lot lower than the others, which is unfortunate. So I was just circling back to go after this guy. That's the way I would do it. If you want a team to get loans, then just go for like a lower league English side, basically. Wait. Oh, that's his world ranking. Yeah, this Valley dude, Nolan Valley, is intriguing. We don't have any knowledge of his contract. He is extremely interesting, though. High value, but that's obviously higher because they haven't been relegated yet, but they can be. It's a Saz thing, yeah. Saz added that specific column to that screen for me because I thought it would be a fun and useful feature to have in the skin, basically. It's another one of the Saz privilege, basically. Yeah, I like that guy. What about Brest? Their squad's not going to be as good. It was Adama Doumbia, but he's a strike. Actually, he could play number 10. But, like, would we need him? Is the issue. Ruskin with the gifted sub to Neutral Normie. You'd love to see it, friend. Thank you, man. It's very kind. What about Red Day? Yeah, I find that the foreign... Basically, the thing where you get players from other teams' youth intakes in your academy is probably not going to make much difference. I feel like it still relies too much on the youth. But then again, you're in England. So actually, if you're in England, you probably can just pick any country you like because it's more likely going to use your youth rating anyway than theirs. So you could actually pick anywhere you like and maybe go for more fun if you fancied it. But if you're at a smaller nation and you want to try and get better ones, then you have to go for the better youth rating nations like Spain. So for example, when we were in Malta, we had to have like Spain, France, Germany, England. I don't think we ever quite got England. But if you're in England or France, you can kind of go a bit more off the beaten track. Because I think we did this already, didn't we? Or did we? Did you go from Nice to Brest? Love to see it. Right, so Brest wasn't quite as fruitful. That Leon guy looks interesting, though. The question is whether he has a relegation release clause. That's going to be massive, because he's really... he's too expensive otherwise. Oh, I want to prioritise him, actually. At least we've worked through our scouting a little bit more now. We're down to 212, so we should be seeing better players more recently. Mr. Signing, the thing is, right... It just comes down to, do we need him? Like, he's on 16... His wages aren't absurd. He's not the quickest. Plays with back to goal. I don't like plays with back to goal on a player that we want running in behind. Actually, that doesn't... Very high wage. No relegation release clause either. He's a goodish player, but he's also 25, and I'm not paying what would most likely be 7.5 million for him. If he had a release clause of like 2 million, then it'd be like, okay, maybe that's worth it. But at 7 million, not a chance. He's certainly not that good. Oh. We could try the Progress Nidicon one. Yeah, sure. Because this is the thing. Because we're in France, we're just likely to get a good player from Luxembourg because of the Frenchness, not because of the Luxembourg side of things. So it's a financial benefits one. Let's see if we can negotiate it. Cancel loan agreement simply cannot... No. Help gets foreign... That's the one. Okay. Like, come on the board. I've got you on the verge of Champions League football and you won't let me renegotiate an agreement with a Luxembourg team. Wow, okay. It's worth a go. He could, but like, he wouldn't start for us, and he probably wouldn't even be the backup. So I don't know why it would be worth us spending £25,000 a week on his wages. Is my point? Like, it would be a Pog Murphy situation again, except with more expensive players, and that's the thing. I don't know what he would add to our team right now, particularly when he would basically take our entire transfer budget in order to get him in there as well. Personality can be changed with training. I don't know, because I don't tend to try and dick about with that, just because the only way to do it really is through mentoring for the most part, and if you try to do that, you're most likely just going to get all the other stuff. So that's why I don't touch mentoring, because it's like, cool, I might get a slight personality upgrade, but now that my centre back is shooting from distance. It's like, how much do I really want that whole team meeting? No. Is our goalie going to be on this realistically? No. Oh, he is. Shout out to you. So who do I vote for? Who's the worst of the bunch? Right, it's Angulo. So Angulo's getting the getting my vote. Does anyone else do this, where if your player's on this list, you will deliberately assign your votes to the worst player on the list who's going to get the least votes? I've got to give everything I can do. It's all I can affect. Andros Townsend, wait, he's still playing? For some reason I thought Andros Townsend had retired, and I don't know why. I think it's just because I'd seen him doing like co-coms and stuff. I'm thinking of Andy Townsend. Moving on. Moving swiftly on. Oh, he has been doing commentary. Oh, that's fine then. I haven't just confused Andros and Andy Townsend. Phew. You've spared me blushes there, chat. Right. Let's get rid of all of these ones. Oh, we sent a scout report around right at the end of last stream, didn't we? Without actually looking at it. So I assume that some of these guys are going to be from that, which should give us a nice little thing to look through. That's kind of cool when you've got current players doing co-coms. I mean, I've always enjoyed him doing it. Yeah, we had that exact thing happen with one of our players where... who was it that was refusing to stop shooting from distance? Was it Karap Chea? It was our right back, I think, at Tenerife. He was perfect pretty much in every way except he shot from distance. But he had no ability to shoot from distance. So... we'd get this every couple of months. You'd see a message come through and it'd be like, despite working hard on his game, Karap Chea is still shooting from distance. I'm like, why is it so difficult to stop? It's not like he just compulsively has the idea to twat the ball at every possible opportunity. It's one of the weirdest ones. Right. Any older players in here? I recognise that name. Didn't we nearly... oh, we did. We literally did sign him. He's actually on loan from Tenerife, as it happens. I feel like with a winger, it's not more... I mean, it's slightly more understandable, but it still isn't very understandable. But it's when it's like, it's a right back. What are you doing? Also, who is Marcus Trout? And oh, he's extremely expensive. I bet he's fantastic, though. I do want to have a little look at him. Just because the stars are so high. Yeah, he's a bit all right, isn't he? I'm actually amazed he's not even got a German cap yet. 16 arrow reach, 15 command of area, communication's great, even if it is in German. Incredible handling, one-on-ones are great, reflexes are great, model citizen. Tremendous. Indeed. 2 flair? I wonder what a goalkeeper with 20 flair would even behave like. Really super mental. Not as bad, yeah, but the thing is I still don't want my right back who's got 5 long shots shooting from distance. He is unhappy. He's also worth £80 million. Yeah. You think they would just like kind of not do it? He's never going to be cheaper later. He's going to leave in the summer for a massive side. How about this? You drive a hard bargain, but I don't quite have 125 million plus a 40% sell-on fee. Best I can do is £1. Well, we know who's going to be buying or Napoli's goalkeeper in a couple of years. Speaking of Trout, I went fishing on Thursday after stream, and it was very fun. It was nice just to be able to sit there and have a pint while fishing. We caught a few fish, obviously. We were fishing. And it was a nice time. It was very relaxing, actually. Oh, hello. Juan Carlos Duque. Oh, hang on. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, he has the physicals. But he would require a lot of work. But he's an interesting player, and he only has Colombian. And then again, we've got our other affiliate club now, don't we? So we could actually work with that. He's very... I want to know more about him. But I like him. He's a good player. There's a lot of work would need to be done because his dribbling and first touch are really poor. The finishing is great, but the tempos around him are a little bit naff. He definitely have to go on loan to Spain for 2 seasons. Yeah, that and also the 2 white stars there are a little bit confusing. Not confusing, but like concerning. 16-year-old Colombian with high CA. Let's have a look through. Because obviously these guys are going to sit around again anyway. This guy here. Rivaldo I mean, his name is Babasi. Rivaldo Babasi as well, which is just even better. Aerial reach, command of area. Ooh, could be sus. Communication really good. Handling's average. One-on-ones is good, though. Reflexes could be good. A lot... you just need more information. Can we afford him? I'm not trying to sign him right now. Like... we wouldn't be able to sign him yet anyway because he's too young, as you say. But he's certainly want to keep an eye on. You're on loan from, I guess, Brighton. Oh, you're on loan from Chelsea. Jesus Christ, he's very good. Cool name as well. Yeah, they won't have an interest that early. Victor Hugo Del Vecchio. I've looked at that guy before. We've definitely seen him before. I recognise the name. Well, we've still got so many South Americans caught up in this net. Let me send all of those guys around again. Can't really make... Luckily, we don't need to make decisions on them immediately because it's not... Wow, that was a lot of players we got rid of there. Another Victor for the Victor list. Right. What actually of players we can look at properly? Wow, not a single guy who's actually 5-star. Concerning. Daniel Mejia. Very, very young. Born in Pachuca. Plays for Pachuca. Makes sense. Low consistency, but he's also 16. Expensive. He's quite quick actually. Jumping reach isn't great, but that will improve because he'll be like 6'1" by the time he's 18 probably. So his jumping reach will probably be like 14, 15, which is okay, but tougher. What about you? You're at least... Oh wait, you're actually quite expensive. Guys like this, like... I like him, but again, it's like... He does have a lot of... If we didn't already have a Tristan, this guy's quite Tristan-like. But he would cost an awful lot to be a backup. He's wanted by a lot of the great and good. I mean, he's on the shortlist, so there's obviously a reason why. Wow, a Napoli player. Well, one thing is for sure, this guy's never going to play for Napoli. Because there's about 70,000 players in front of him in their squad. Angelo Zampatti is a good name. He's quite a... Ooh, nice to see Libero on there. What are you like in the DM role? Not got the work rate. And your passing and vision aren't superb either. Really agile, though. He's... Yeah, I mean, it's an okay person. He's very... red injury prone. It's immediately kind of just a... Pog, are you with Helen? Does that mean we get to do a hi Helen? Things you'll have to see. Honestly, this set of players right here is probably not looking particularly great. Polish guy, there's definitely better. But I really want a nice, good Polish player in this save. There's usually a couple, and I feel like we haven't had one yet. Godoy. High Tide Helen, good. Matus Bednar. It's nice when they're actually wingback and DM already, and you don't have to train them later. Jonas Hansen. Potis Sarangianis. Mil Lavelle. Nah, this is just not great. Disappointing batch, that one. But I guess this is what happens when you do the team reporting the way that we have now. Because we're scouting so many clubs doing team reporting, there's going to be less concentrations of quality. But it does mean we're going to be more likely to find proper bargain wonder kids. Because we were just scouting like the really obvious locations, which everyone else is looking in as well. Whereas now, because our team reports are so scattered and varied, I might leave those ones in there just in case for the time, because we've got so many it won't matter too much. But we're more likely to uncover some genuine gems. As Leon have just been humped 4-0. And oh god, that was the guy. Nolan Valley just got sent off. Which was his debut. Well, what a way to endear yourself to the Leon fans. The guy that we just highlighted as a potential signing for the summer, if they get relegated, and he's got a clause in there, has just made his debut in the league for Leon and has been sent off as a substitute. Amazing work. How long did bro last in the game? Oh, we can't see, can we? Oh, no, we can. We can just look at the Leon. But when did he come on? 56 is early for... That's very early for a red card for a substitute. What do you reckon? Half-time sub? Last 16 minutes before Jonathan Wood getting himself. I'm really curious to see when he came on in this match now. Oh, that's wild. He was subbed on in the 49th minute for his league debut and was sent off in the 56th minute for a straight red card. I want to know what he did. Have you got a high competitive streak by any chance, Nolan? No. Also, is there anything in your contract that... Oh, we're still scouting him right now. Okay, cool. Un momento. Also, how are you, Pog? Are you feeling any better after your boozy evening last night? Right, let's have a look at this. I kind of just want to see what he got sent off for. Yeah, they've got Screeve Mandander as well, which is so perfect. He's got to have two-footed someone, hasn't he? Look at him hunting his prey. Oh no, it's him here, isn't it? It's so unnecessary. It just absolutely didn't need to happen. Did Alvarez say something about his mum when he came onto the pitch in the first place? Wild. So Iran lost to Lille. Doesn't really affect us at all. This next game is huge. Screeve Mandander is brilliant. Maybe not sign him. Oh, I don't know. We like a character. I think what it comes down to with signing him is very much if he has a relegation release clause. If he has that, then he's endeared himself to me with that. We like players that do stupid stuff. 3 games left for PSG last, yes. So basically, the way that things currently sit, because we played so many away games today, we need to beat Auxerre. If we beat Auxerre next, Europe is wrapped up. We will get minimum 7th place and still have a chance of Champions League, particularly as we play Toulouse after that, who are mid as fuck. Check the link. Oh, what's the link? Ah, chat, I present... Oh my god. Chat, I present to you dogs. Can't go wrong with dogs, right? 5 a.m. That's not great. Well, I have a takeaway hangover, if that helps. This is Oscar, and this is Ivy. This is the wonderful doggos I was spending my time with over last weekend. She's just such a cutie. So is he, but she just bloody loves me. She does. My new girlfriend. But yeah, so we're in a good position. And if we were to win these next 2 games, there's a really good chance that we could put ourselves in that... The thing is, it all comes down to the fact that we're going to get obliterated by PSG on the last day. So pretty much, we need whatever points we're going to get, we need to get them before the last day of the season. But things look good for Europe. So 7th would be Conference League. And obviously 5th and 6th are Europa League. And there's no way that France are getting any extra places this year. So it is just these 7. It's tough. But I think Europa League would be fun. We've never played Europa League in this save before. Played B team for... Are PSG still in the Champions League? Wait, what? Oh, Alan, I hope to God I wasn't assigning you loads of team reports. If you've just... That scared the shit out of me then. Okay, phew. I think Alan may have been in charge of like 1 or 2, or it's that one where it doesn't delete them, it reassigns them. Oh, Leon are just awful. Hey, Tanicus. Leon have been awful this season. To the point where we're sort of hovering around their play. I mean, look at the bottom 3. Brest are the worst of a bad... the best of a bad... Brest are the best of a bad bunch. Staff assigned. Oh, you can on that screen, yeah. But he's left the club now, so it wouldn't show him in there anyway. most of them, it seems, are in the hands of Andrew Gosling, Lauren Dush. Actually, they're kind of spread out relatively all right. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. It looks like it's Lauren... Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I think they're going to get reassigned. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but I think they're going to get reassigned because he's not at the club anymore. Let's go a day. Oh, we can't. We've got a game. We'll have to check that. Youth national teams are C or D. Right, okay. So, how exactly are you... I know you said you're scouting youth national teams, but how exactly are you scouting them? Also, who are you managing? What season are you in? Thank you, Ridley. I was proud of that line. What the fuck? A friend of mine has just sent a picture of a canoe with solar panels and a fishing rod on it. Like, what the fuck? Now they all want to do fishing. Right, Velazzi's suspendy, but we've got the Big Bashir. Penny asks, yeah, the problem is if we get them manually, I can't reassign them manually because I don't know which clubs they would have been, and I'm not going to spend the time to go through them all individually. But I think we might be okay. That's the downside of team reports, right? Just get cancelled when they move to the top. Right, okay, that's not ideal. Largely in 2040, did you go to the national team, scout the players in the national team, talk nations? So basically the reason that that's likely happening is I assume your Leipzig team in 2040 are probably quite goated, given that there's, 17 years in? That, and there's also just some kind of crap players. The thing is, most players at that level are not going to be good enough, because if you're an elite level, there's going to be so few. It's going to be the 99.9 percentile or whatever at the very top are actually going to be the ones that you want. So there's always going to be mostly crap. But the reason I prefer team report scouting than just simply scouting players in the national teams is because at least then you cut out the part where your scouts actually have to go and scout the players. So the problem with, as I say, doing that is that your scouts are now wasting their time on 90% to 95% of players that are actually not going to be very useful for you. Whereas with team report scouting, you get to skip that step and then you can directly send them to the players that actually will be useful for you. That's why I do it. It skips a step in the process, and I think that's really useful when it comes to like not wasting your scouts' time. Even if you've got a load of them, it still takes so long to get them all through. Because I used to do that exact same thing. That was my original scouting method, was doing exactly that. But then we found a better way. Binder's nearly back. Right. Bashir. I might move Alex Chowie to that side. Have they got any preferences, actually? Out of interest. No natural side preference. It feels like you don't seem to see this on regens anywhere near as much as you on real players. Right. Well, I suspect there'll be a lot of changes next year, but the thing is, even if they like break loads of scouting things that we do this year for next year, just think what that will open up as far as new scouting methods. That's the way I'm looking at it. There'll be all sorts of new things that will work really well or are broken or etc, you know? Maybe 1 in 1,000. Exactly, yeah. That's why I just don't touch that sort of stuff at all. Because the further you go up, the less players are going to be on your radar as being useful. So if you look at, for example, Manchester City, there's so few players, especially at the youth level, that are going to be anywhere close to being good enough for that team or even in the future, right? But say you're Plymouth Argyle, there's a lot more players that are more than suitable for you. That's what I'm most looking forward to, I think, about FM26, other than the obvious stuff and just hopefully getting a really fun game, is getting to discover brand new methods, like that are completely new, that simply wouldn't have been possible because of the new way that the game works, right? 100 players in 2030. Is that, what sort of level are your Celtic team at? Because we're at a beautiful sweet spot right now with Sochaux, right? Because we're not in Europe, which means that almost every single time we look at the scouting screen, there is going to be guys in there that will work for us. Win the league and complete 5 out of 5. Yeah, so for example, when you go to National League South, all of a sudden it'll open the doors back up again. Well, the Champions League last season. Yeah, it's tough. That's why with Sirens it was really tough to do any kind of scouting, because... No, I totally agree, Sindri. The fact that we even have to scout like this to get any kind of effectiveness is crazy. I wish that the scouting system worked in the way that it's... Like, everything is set up. Visually, graphically, UI-wise, mechanically for the scouting system to work exactly how it's supposed to, but then nothing comes back from it, right? It's a bit like you've got the best fishing equipment. The pro anglers are right there. He's done one. He fishes once and suddenly he's all on the fishing metaphors. The thing is full of fish, but for some reason you're only allowed to use bait, but the bait is just an old Tesco's bag. It's like that's the one link in the chain that you need to fix. That's all scouting is for me in FM. Go on, early goal. This needs to be a result. We have to win this game. Win this. It's 7th place, European football on the cards, and still a chance of Champions League as well. We need a big performance out of Tristan today, I think. Oh, come on. Oh. No, come on, Matt. It's a good sign that we're getting those chances early on, but those are the moments that come back and haunt you. Century Gunners, thank you very much for the follow. You can't let moments like that pass you by. Particularly not when you know how FM can be. What's that panic? That's the other thing. They'll cheat as well. Often they'll just show you players that you have manually scouted anyway and act like it was their work, you know? Right, come on, get a touch. Nice. Well played, Stoyan. Right, this is the breakaway chance. That's a great pass from Stoyan, actually. That's opened this entire pitch up. Slide him in again. Go on, Chaz. There's the pass. Right, just drill it across the keeper, bud. Bang. Come on. 1-0. Nagalo. What a guy. Yeah. It's much easier. One of the reasons we were able to sign so many players at Sirens is because when we reached that level, we weren't just looking at elite talent. We were looking at like 4-star PA guys, 3.5-star PA guys, because the idea was cheap guys that we can sign, bring in, loan out. If we were solely doing a save where we were just trying to stay dominant, which would have been really dull, we'd have barely signed any players most of the time. Breakthrough to Fulham's a hell of a step. The scouting stuff just seems to be kind of disjointed. If you're using recruitment focuses the way that they're supposed to work, they just simply don't return enough results to be realistic. And they do a lot of... The other thing I think I find quite annoying is that... You know how with the... So I know I keep pausing this because I actually do want to concentrate on the game, but I want to discuss this because with, say, for example, Iron Owl's method, you're actually looking at the scouting in the preview reports rather than the finished reports. And a lot of the time, the game will just randomly remove players from that before providing you with the results, which is why you don't get any results. But there's tons of suitable players that meet your requirements, but the game just randomly and seemingly arbitrarily removes them from there because of stupid reasons. That's, I think, part of the problem. It does too much of that stuff for you when you don't want it to, and I don't think there's really a way around that. That's the problem. It takes too much of the scouting assessment out of your hands. And maybe if they bridge that gap a little bit, perhaps that could be the thing that makes a difference. Like if I was to say I'm at Brighton in real life and I say, oh yeah, we really want to sign... Oh, go on. Oh, it's beautiful. It's 2-0 already. Wait, that must be onside, right? What? Oh, Tristan. Come on now. Shrugging to spend. Yeah. Oh, it is awarded. Wait, what? Was that the defender that headed that to him? Oh, wait. Why was that? Why did that not show an assist? I'm so confused. Why did that goal not have an assist on it? That clearly wasn't the defender. That was clearly our midfielder that played that pass straight to Barnetche. But he's just been robbed of... I mean, I don't care, but like, that is really weird. It's like the game thought that the defender put it to him. How bizarre. Oh, well, we're 2-0 up. Good stuff. Yeah, the in-progress ones is where you do your scouting. But to me, it almost feels like the in-progress bit should be way more visible earlier on and should be made more of a big deal of. So you actually have to do a meeting where you talk about that bit if you're going to have meetings, right? That's the crucial thing for me. He's offside, I think. Shouldn't have casual audiences. Agreed. That's 100% what's going on, but like, I don't know. It just seems like a weird. Maybe that's just because my favorite part of the game is scouting. So by streamlining that, you're taking a lot of the fun I have out of it. So maybe I'm just seeing that from an entirely sort of selfish point of view. But it does seem weird to do that. And if you are going to do that, you need to make sure that it returns actual results then. It's a bit like me, for example, saying, hey, Em, could you find some takeaway places in the city? And then her having an in-progress list of 30 of them, but then coming back with no results. I'm like, well, I know there's takeaway places in the city. I ordered from one last night. What are we doing here? And they'll be like, well, I'm sorry, but one time their fryer wasn't working. It's like, yeah, cool, but oh, that's a penalty. Offside was a bit... I was going to say, they could have parked an entire team in there. We're having quite a nice time in this match. Considering how important this game is for us, we're making it look very easy. Now, it could be about to get a lot less easy because Stoyan's on penalties. So this is a big moment for the lad. Can he make it 3-0 and surely wrap up European football? He has. 3-0 in 17 minutes. Nikolai Stoyan, captain, leader, boozer, makes it 3-0. In the cut in front? No way. Who? Is it Monnier? Well, it looks like we're going to Europe next year, friends. Which is awesome. The question is, in what form will it be? It would be so fun if we just absolutely obliterated Auxerre now. We just finally step up in the last couple of games. Jose Claudio's ratings have definitely started to climb over these last few games. Oh, it was nearly 4. Oh, we're heading to Kazakhstan. I do like Claudio. And maybe we could set things up right in the summer. Because the thing is, we are going to look for depth. We 100% need to find some depth in the summer too. But we can do that on the cheap, I think. But if we were to make a marquee signing in the summer, I think it has to be a ball-winning midfielder. And maybe we do just try to find a way to get Claudio. Because the one thing about him that I've noticed is he does seem to do well for collecting rating in games. So he's obviously doing something that the game likes. Oh, Tristan. Ruggieri. Oh. Stoyan scored it. Oh, please be onside, Nikolai. I beg of you. No. Wait, no, it is a... No, never mind. That is a goal. I thought the other one was the assist, but you can't have an assist on a penalty. So, yeah. 4-0 in 21 minutes. Stoyan has literally scored 1 goal all season. Look at this pass from Ruggieri. Look at a strike as well. 4-0 up. Cruising. Lovely. How are they so high up? I don't know. But this little disguised pass back to Stoyan is absolutely goated. I thought Ruggieri was just going to twat that. But instead he passes it to our left back, who has now got a brace. Oh, what do you reckon? A third penalty in the game? We've got 2.5 XG in 25 minutes. Angers are winning, though, against Troyes, which is unfortunate. This is the 4-all. Oh, God. Which of the Auxerre players is Czech Tiote? Oh, big header. Come on. Just get a touch in. Oh, look at that. We're just swarming them at the moment. We've found form and, confidence at the perfect time of the season. Tristan Barnetche. Drop it back through. He's made the run. Ruggieri for 5. Ruggieri for 5. It's 5. Mr. Progger at the perfect time with the 46th month. And we're 5-0 up in half an hour. He's returned the favour. Ruggieri scores 5-0. Look at this from Ruggieri. The touch finds Barnetche and then just perfectly weighted back to him. Lovely assist from Tristan. Bit of fortune the way it deflects past the goalkeeper. We want 11. We're going to do our own breast reduction. This is glorious. This might be our best performance of the season so far. Oh, we should play him in a more pronounced role, should we? It's not like he's assisted goals and scored today. We definitely need to move him back into his other role. Oh. I think it just defaults to VAR most of the time anyway. Look at this. Shazzy swarming. Barnetche again. Finds Ruggieri. Claudio. Where's the pass? Oh my God, I thought that was going in. We're just winning the ball back every time they get it. They don't know what to do. Their goalkeeper's not had a good game, but what's he supposed to do about most of these goals? Lens are losing too. Oh, they've already lost, in fact. That was half time. Sorry, that was game's over. 3 XG in the first half. Jesus Christ. Dead on as well, which is just tasty. 2 key passes for Claudio, a 6.9 rating, so he's still doing stuff defensively in this game. The entire front line have scored. Stoyan's got 2. Shazzy's getting the key passes for days. Nice. So what does that do for us right now? Obviously, Monaco play later, but it would temporarily put us up into 4th. I thought that was gone after we dropped those points. God, imagine if we'd beaten Monaco. We'd be in a really strong position for that 4th place. I think there's every chance we could still finish 7th out of this, but we win this, you'd like to think. Beat Toulouse away. Then obviously get absolutely annihilated by PSG, but the goal difference is so good, who cares? But PSG would have already won the title by that point. And one thing I didn't actually check was whether they were playing in the Champions League. So funny if this game just finishes 5-2 now. That would be very FM. The dugout advice is utterly pointless. Because you'll be winning a game 5-0 and your assistant will be like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we just changed the tactic? I'm like, what? That'd be nice to fix. Because the thing is, that's the sort of stuff I think that could be really helpful for new players to the game if the advice they were giving was actually functional and useful. The problem, of course, is that it isn't. A qualifier. France are top 4 right now, so it is just a straight qualifier. However, they're likely going to lose 4th place this season because Portugal, I think, have done... No, not Portugal. Whoever it is that isn't Portugal, I think it's probably Italy, have done mad things. So France are going to be back down to 5th in the coefficient. So it might change next season. But right now, it's just straight in. So basically, if we come 4th, we've guaranteed ourselves 20, 30 million quid. Which is delicious. Oh, thank you, Marius. Kind. How are you, friend? But yeah, the dugout advice, fixing the tutorial would be a good idea as well in general. Again, here, it's like, why would I do that? Why would that help me? Mother well. Good to know that mother's well. My mother is also well. Saw her yesterday. And my father too. Wow. What a second half. Did they actually beat us in the second half? I think they did, you know. They had 0.45. We had 0.35. That game was truly just a first half feast. Stoyan with the man of the match award. 2 goals. Domination elsewhere. Half-time 5-0. Full-time 4-0. Assistant to... Yeah, well, so, like, if you have a worse assistant, he gives you worse advice. That would be great, actually. Like, if you've got an assistant with 1 in every attribute, he's just trying to tell you to put your goalkeeper up front. That would be great. Something changed. Yeah, it's crazy. I think about season 9 in this save or something. I went into a menu that I just hadn't touched for a little while, and it was like, tutorial time. Looks like you're writing a tactical instruction. It's like, whoa, bro, calm down. So, Paris FC, no, none of these teams are really relevant to us. The crucial thing is that Lens lost, I guess. Really, we care more about what happens to Monaco. Angers have won, but if Monaco lose, please tell me they're playing PSG or something. Well, they could be, you know. They both have a game to play. Busy in the North Sea? Okay, you're going to need to give me some Oh, yeah, there we go. Europe is wrapped up. We have officially qualified for Europe. The question is now, what type of Europe do we get? At the very least, we've got a Conference League next year, which is above and beyond what I was expecting for this season, so I'm super happy with that. They all need to fit in a rest, but they'll get through one more one. We've qualified for the dangerous one. I don't think we're good enough for that to be an issue. I don't think this Sochaux team is anywhere near as good as that Tenerife team was. Now, by the time that comes around next season, maybe. But the thing is, I also don't think we're going to have enough money to build a team in the way that we did with Tenerife. Been offshore. Really? That's cool. Doing what? Or is it, oh, you can't say. You a spy. They definitely need to change the tutorial, though. That's true. I mean, the game probably looks... Maybe we get bad instructions because the game's just looking at my system and going, well, what do you want me to do? Like, what can I do with this information? Zoo coming back out? Maybe. Do reports get redistributed? Good question. No, but also they're still deciding... We'll have to keep an eye on that. What we'll do is, let me sort by priority. And see what the next... So the next one, if we get a report for Kabylie, this will be intriguing. And the Canon Yaoundé one, which is a bit further away. If these ones come through okay, this will be interesting. A lot of automation work. Oh, really? That sounds kind of sick, actually. Right. Monaco beat Toulouse. Ah. Christ. That result against Monaco is the one that could potentially... Well, for Platinum. But that Platinum wasn't him, was it? That was Laurent Deschaux. That's not the same guy. Yeah, because if we'd have beaten Monaco, they'd have had 59 points right now, and we'd have had 60. Did it say Moneybags Napoli? Kang Soon-hyun, Cornet could join Moneybags Napoli. Oh, chat, it's fine. It's pocket change. Don't be silly. It's only £136 million. Well, the reason I thought about that, that's why I decided to go for the Canon one, because you know how team reports are delayed by like 4 days? I wonder if there's like a 4-day like grace period. So that's why if we go for the Canon one, maybe that's more chance of being organic. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get away with paying as little as that. Who is this guy, by the way? What? There's no way Arsenal are letting him go for 130 million quid. If he does go to Napoli, which, by the way, why are they signing him when they've just spent 200 million on guys from Tenerife? Just to remind you, they have spent 400 million this season alone. So Garcia is actually starting for them through the middle now, as is Raul. So presumably that means they'd be signing in to replace Franklin, right? He's only 23 though. Mental. Hello, Franco. Their team is actually insane. By the way, once again, this is a Napoli side that still can't win the title. This is going to be back-to-back seasons despite nearly £1 billion of spending that they've not been able to win the league. Napoli are owned by... Oh, Christ, who is it? Is it an American guy? Yeah, they've got a tycoon, but it's like a different type of tycoon. It's like the... Nick Taylor. They've had a tycoon now for 11 years, and their spending has not stopped. So they basically have a tycoon, but every possible, like, positive tick box on the tycoon as well. Oh, the Aussie wheelchair basketball guy. That's, of course, yeah. My apologies. Yeah, well, I've never seen a tycoon like this in FM. They've spent presumably close to £3 billion. In fact, it might be closer to £4 billion now in the last 11 years. $4 billion in transfer fees, including having several of the highest transfer fees of all time, but ironically not the most. That's still John McKenzie. Mega tycoon, mega sponsorship, everything's sort of... Essentially, they've just continued rolling Nat 20s repeatedly. It is funny as hell, though, that they've still been unable to win the league the last 2 years. Can you go save them from what? No, the plan was, if we won the Champions League, was to do survival specialist. Are doing the same, really? Imagine it's a hard-coded wheelchair basketball player tycoon. Save them from themselves. Well, it's funny you say that, because that's one of the ideas I've had for a series for FN26. I say series, a one-off video to try it out. Not specifically that. I will say no more. Oh yeah, let's not forget, we also have this random bemoneyed team. Sorry, I'll show a bit more of Feta, actually, that's unfair. But that's what Feta's shaping up these days. Obviously played against us for Marseille. He's got 8 assists this season. Like, he's a great player, but we definitely did the right thing by selling him at the time that we did for 40 million quid. Half marathon last weekend. Oh yeah, sorry, forgot about that. Yeah, so basically straight after stream, I just got my running kit on and just went for the half. Really, really fun, actually. I ended up running the last couple of kilometers a lot faster because I had so much left in the tank. Because obviously it was only a training run. So that was encouraging, that I could do the distance and also still have plenty left in it. Especially as the training run I did was my second fastest half marathon. Richard Lelabero, thank you for the 18 months. I've not used it for
Happy
easy.
Sun Dat.
It's probably not the sort of thing that's aimed at a player like me in the first place. I could certainly see there's uses for it, but it's not something that I think I would find particularly useful at this point. Full run this afternoon, then no, I'm doing a half at the end of the month, which is the one I'm actually training for currently. And I'm looking to go about 1:55 maybe for that. Bear in mind, I've never done one in under 2 hours. In fact, my fastest half marathon is 2 hours and 25 minutes. But that's the plan. I want to go sub 2 hours, which feels eminently possible, I would say. Just, it's too many hours in Tenerife. Is that Malik Mothersfield? Wasn't he at Peterborough before? I only remember because there was a graphic that flashed up during the game yesterday. They're only 5th in the league. I mean, they'll probably still get Champions League because of that, because of the way that's... Whoa! Barca have been chefing this season. They're 23 points clear. That's quite a fall off from Real Madrid. That Barcelona are 23 points clear at the top of La Liga. Bloody hell. This mate's kit, you bet your ass they are, yeah. 12-7 for now. That's not too bad. Yeah. Well, mine still says about 2 hours 2 for the time being, but it reckons by the end of the plan I should be able to go 1:56. But my plan is to just aim for sub 2 hours and not think about it too much. At the end of the day, if I finish in sub 2 hours, I'm happy at that point. Las Palmas could go down. It could be just a blessed day. How many goals have Barca got? 88. Are they getting a hundy? Probably. To be honest. I think Spain will get the other Champions League spot anyway, but these four tend to dominate, in fairness. Oh yeah, I'll be happy to finish, but I know I can finish. It's just, I'd love to break 2 hours, just because that feels like it felt impossible to me before. It just makes me happy. I just like getting out. It's an opportunity to just sort of meditate. Plus, I just really like running around here too, which I think really helps. The environment is nice. There's a lot of nice trails and stuff. I say trails, the river. Which I guess is just a trail with water on it, right? It's just one of the many things I've been trying to do to sort of improve things. But at least now I've got that dining room chair, I should be able to take the next step on that other thing, so that'll be good. I'll probably try and do that tomorrow, just to get it done. Because the last thing I need to do is procrastinate. I also realised something the other day, that for a task to get done for me at the moment, it requires me to basically have something that I want to do even less. And thus the procrastination priority order moves it up so it gets done. So that didn't think that would work, but it does. Improved mental health. Oh, 100%. Most of it, I'd say, is mental health. I mean, obviously, it's improved my physical health because I'm more fit. But it's mostly the mental side of things. I just feel better on days that I run. That's why I like doing it before. Why I like running before streams, because I think it makes me more. It makes streaming an even more pleasant experience, and hopefully that comes across to the viewer as well. So that's the Under 19 squad. I think that's not the report we're looking for, is it? It's the next one. But it's interesting if it isn't, because that's not him. Make me feel better. Oh, for sure. Well, that's what we want to do once Pog's started this new job, which hopefully, as I've mentioned earlier, she should have the start date for on Monday.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from
We'll be able to get gym memberships and go on the days that I'm not running, which would be kind of sick. Juicy Chase is a great name. Thank you for the follow. Got to finish last. What's that need to do to get promoted to the Prem? Okay, so second season in the Championship. Is that the second season of the Save? Who are you managing at the moment? But realistically, loans. You should be able to get 3 or 4 high-quality loans from the Premier League. That will help. What's your transfer budget looking like as well? Only 3 times a week at the moment. But after I finish this plan, I'm going to change it to 5. Because the mileage won't go up super loads, but it will just be smaller, like more frequent runs, just slightly less. Because at the moment, like for example, this week I'm doing 11, 11, 19, which is quite a lot in individual blocks. Shout out to Haybridge for nearly staying up. Speaking of that, Wickham sadly once again miss out on promotion. What about Preston? Did they manage it? Nope, they didn't. Preston lost the playoff final, so they also stay in the 6th tier of English football. MK Doms. 4 million left in the transfer. Okay, so 4 million's reasonable. Yeovil lad called Trocon. Where am I looking? Oh, Trocon and G. Oh, lovely. English Liberia. So it's possibly down to reputation, but really it is like loans are the way to go. It's not a long-term solution, but it will probably keep you in the Championship, and then you can use that as a platform to then spring to. Because the crucial thing with where you're at in the stage of the save is just going to be staying in the league, right? So if you can just like get some loans, get yourself comfortable, and then use that year when you're hopefully not going to get relegated to do a bit of long-term scouting to think, right, how can I bridge the gap? That's when you maybe start looking. But it's tough in England because you do have the work permit rules. 308 million. It feels like they drop a splash, then they calm down a little bit, and now they're just going mental. 4 times the transfer. I think with the full marathon, you probably do want a bit more. But I just want to up it because I enjoy doing it. This player does excite me. I think there's definitely a bright future for him. On-site gym, that's cool. More positive development. Yeah, I mean, as it happens, I live quite close to a gym, so that's quite useful. Like walkable distance, which is nice. Obviously, in the winter, that might be a different story. Plus, it's right next to a McDonald's. So you can't really argue with that. Get my protein goals as well. I think strength training is going to help a lot. Because it's not something I've ever really done. I've been fit, but I've never been strong. First long-term save. Oh, that's cool, though. How are you finding it? Is this your first like time playing FM? Because I realise that stuff can be really frustrating. It's just, you sort of have to get into the mindset of thinking long-term, even if you think you might only be there for a short time. But the best way to think short-term is with the loans. Have you tried asking your director of football for some suggestions as well? Because sometimes, even at that level, it might work that he may get some... like for example, just in case you don't know how to do this, if you go into transfers and then go up to suggest transfer targets, you could just ask him for stuff here. Sometimes he will say nothing, but try out a few different things in there and you may get some interesting options, potentially. Brock Lesnar? Yeah, my 10-day away and I just come back like, Urgh. I'm juiced up, chat. Right. It's only 32k. They go from there. Oh, okay. I still think you can do it without doing the loans and stuff, but you almost need to be thinking in... Say you're in League One and you're looking to make your way up to the Premier League in a few seasons, and you've got a plan to do so. you need to obviously be finding players that are going to be good for League One and going to keep you to bridge that gap. But if you can find a couple of guys that maybe like are 18, 19 who are just about usable in League One, those guys could develop into players that you then don't have to buy in the Championship, essentially. So basically, September will absolutely have streams, James. It's just that I'm going to a wedding in Aberdeen in the middle of September, and it's during the week. So because I'm going to be in Scotland for like 4 days, I'm going to just choose that week as like the one like full week that I have off each year. Usually it's closer to the release of the game. I usually do it in like October or something. So I'll take that 10-day period there instead. That way I can just do some chilly stuff. That's the plan anyway. Yeah, I'm using Runner. Yeah. I really do like it. I do support for them, yeah. Wife's boyfriend. Sorry, I just read your Twitch name. Amazing. Draw your way. And it never has. Although I did find out about the delay last time while I was on holiday. So that was fun. What a great holiday trip. I just got out of the hot tub. I was summoned to a meeting that I couldn't attend because I was on holiday and I was in a hot tub. And then afterwards I got a message from Ben. So I was like, what was the meeting about? And he's like, oh yeah, they're delaying the game. I'm like, no, they're not. Just stop fucking with me. And then he just sends me this thing. I'm like, oh, okay. Spend the Championship. It entirely depends. Usually it's hard to go back to back from League One to the Prem because there is such a huge golfing class. Plan for 3 to 4, but you just never know. If you get the right guys, it could, exactly. I just didn't believe him. 3 to 4 is probably a decent. It wasn't until he sent me a screenshot of the Zoom call that I went, oh, okay. That's our affiliate side. Raja Casablanca. Right, so that's interesting. Petrol One. Did I miss the report that we were looking for this entire time? Where's the let's just see. Yes, that's what's happening. The downside is, let's find our man. Fuck's sake. This is why FM is a bit of a pickle sometimes, but there's not a lot you can really do about it when this does happen. What is the guy's name? Cardonio Cavalier. Can I... Yeah, you can't even reassign them, can you? Menu. Throwback. Love that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can really do about it. Messi or Ronaldo? I couldn't care less, mate, honestly. Like, they are both excellent footballers, the best of their generation and possibly of all time. It's sort of irrelevant. It's sort of a moot point. But actually, if you do want a genuine answer, then Joe Bryan. 100%. I just see this I see random Millwall stuff on my Instagram and I'm just like, why do I see this? And then I realise it's just because I follow Joe Bryan. We're just going to have to accept that that's going to be a bit of a problem. We're going to lose some team reports because of it. But, oh, I should replace him, though, actually. That's what I really should do. Solid on defense. Honestly, I'd say it was quite solid. I used it PvP with in the league thing that we were doing. And it actually made us pretty solid at the back for the most part. Because it's a back fight, but although that might have just been because I was playing against a lot of like 3-striker tactics and it was reducing the amount of goals I was conceding. But I think it was pretty solid at the back. I don't really tend to build systems to be perfectly solid, and I more just try to outscore the opposition, so it's tough. Right, I want scout. And since we're just replacing a scout, I'm just going to go for best guy available rather than map men yet. Any more scouts from this point onwards, though? I think map men is very much... I would love the ability in FM to be able to play a functional boring system. No, agreed. I want the chance to do Catenaccio. Allow it. Resolute as a Hoyd, yeah, 100%. His personality he'll have enough professionalism that you can totally get away with that. Would this be the second scout we've poached from Almere City? Oh, stop being... He wants to be the chief. Like, someone's got to be the deputy. Uroš Markovic? Just to clarify, I'm not missing a chief scout, am I? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. Why do you always want to be the chief? important clubs he was doing. I mean, we can, but then there's nothing we can do about it even if he is, because we can't reassign the reports. Because, God forbid, FM give us that function. So even if he is doing an important club, there's nothing we can do about it. Other than screenshotting it. Maybe I'll do that after stream, actually. I might go through and screenshot every club that he's doing and reassign them. That's the only way I can really do it, but I wouldn't do that on stream, because that would be... That would be bad. What about you? Pietro Pacini. Create a list of teams. Well, I'd have to do that, but the only way I could do that is through screenshots, because you can't create a list of teams in the game. Cancel assign. Yeah, of course you can, but if you cancel the report, the team disappears, so I can't reassign it. That's my point. If I go on that screen and I cancel the report disappears, so I then have to go and find that team individually each time and reassign it. That would be not particularly conducive to interesting content, shall we say. Basically, our scout retired, and as a result, the team reports with him tend to get taken down as well. So, for example, if I go in wrong one. If I go to team reports and say I find one of these, if I cancel this, it just disappears from the list. I then have to go and find that team again by manually typing it in. That's not a... Let's see how many teams he's actually doing. Watch him be doing the rest of the fucking teams. Oh well. We're just not getting those teams, are we? That isn't happening. What I'll do basically is they'll just have to expire, and then I will just go through and redo a load of team reports from scratch rather than try to do it manually like that, because that would just take an insane amount of time. To even take the screenshots alone would take me several hours. What I'll do is I'll just go through the team once we've done like a full batch of them, because we have to let them expire. What I could do is cancel them all in advance though, since we know that we're not going to get them. I could cancel all of his ones in advance. Yeah. Search for the team in the search bar and then right-click it and scout team. Just to clarify, what you're implying is that I should manually do that for like 600 teams. I don't think I'm going to be doing that somehow. That is not a reasonable expectation. That's fine. What I'll do is I'll cancel them all, and then I will just go through national teams and find... We will lose some, but like, what do you want me to do, right? Shit happens. Yeah, no, it's a load. It's not a reasonable expectation, basically. I'll just cancel them all before next stream, and then do the old-fashioned way of finding them for like a little sort of half an hour thing. Just do a co-hugging stream. I'll just put my headphones in, listen to a podcast, and you can all talk about yourself. Because yeah, he's doing way too many, but that's the downside. It's because his name appears, presumably, right by where I clicked it. Isn't worth cancelling them. If I don't cancel them, I'd have to wait 3 years to go through and do them all again. Oh, do you think it will auto-cancel them all when he retires? Because if so, I could just let that happen. I didn't realise that was the case. Because he's left the club. But if it does just auto-cancel them all, then that'll just be easier, I suppose. Monaco win again. I think that's kind of put a stake in it. In case it reassigns it. That's a good idea, actually. No, he's not retired. He's for some reason left the club despite having not retired. It's the weirdest thing. Let me show you. So, he's retiring on the 6th of June, but for some reason he left the club before retiring. Which I just found really odd. Like, why not just leave the club when you retire? Fully on the bars. The coaches basically are to... No, we didn't have to. He just randomly decided to. Yeah, I'll do it after June 7th. Good point. Because we're going to be coming back for that anyway next stream. Because I'll be I'll go right to like the end of the thing. But yeah, so basically the purpose of your coaches are to essentially to coach your players. So the better coaches you have, in theory, the better coaching those players are getting as well. But what really helps as well is rubbing off their personalities on the players. So having better, like...
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before
having better personalities will hopefully help.
Did
you fire him? Maybe I'll just rehire him just so I can fire him. Mamide, thank you for the follow. He's using all his holiday days. Good point. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll put a note so I don't forget. And I'm going to put that note on Shazly. Have the normal stream and the transfer stream, so we kind of need the scouting stream all alone. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Mr. Progger. Right, let me put a new note on Shazly. Say goodbye to the AFCON qualifying note. Say hello to the brand new note. What's the title going to be? The title is going to... I've actually forgotten what it is I'm putting in the note on for. Right, Scout retiring. Check if team reports have been reassigned. There we go. He does need to see some rest. I respect it. And I'll put the date on the 7th of June. Well, how beautiful game. It's great because now, in like 6 years' time, people are like, what's that note on Shazly? And that'll be the note. Shazly, aka the notebook. But is he Rachel McAdams or Ryan? I almost said Ryan McGosling. Lovely. Actually make the most difference. It depends on how min-maxy you want to go, right? So, yes, but it's marginal. Like, really, really minor. But if you have a lot of them, then it makes more of a difference. So, it is good to have, particularly on the under-19 coaches. But most of the time, it's just a question of trying to get the best coaches you can, because in theory, you'll get slightly better development if you do. But it's not the end of the world. What really matters more than the quality of your coaches is the quality of the training that you're using with those coaches. There's just so many different variable factors. It's just one of the many ways that you can have an effect on it, albeit it's kind of like almost the opposite of death by 1,000 cuts. It's sort of like life by 1,000 cuts. So each little individual thing may not be worth much in its own, but like the sum of those things together make a bigger difference. But no, the best coach is what you want. But if you can, say you're like on a tiebreaker between two guys, one's really good, the other one's also really good, the personality should be the thing that like wins the day, I suppose. The one with the most professionalism essentially should be the one you pick of those two if they're kind of equal. But generally speaking, I just go for the best I can find as well. That's usually going to be fine. Like, you won't notice any difference, I would have said. But if you're trying to min-max every element, helps a bit. Well, I don't know. Just trying to explain how it helps a bit. I mean, I can say no words. Like, what do you want from me? I hate it when the streamer talks. Let's see. Your youth team. Yes, in your youth team, it'll matter a lot as well. It's, if anything, is more useful in your youth team, right? Don't sound like, I know, I would never speak on stream. Favoured formation. I don't think that the favoured formation thing, I only think really matters with the head of youth development because of the types of players you're going to get coming through. That is important to have that. Obviously, finding a head of youth development with this system was never likely to happen. If I had, I'd be over the damn moon, trust me. A-rated attacking midfielder. Can't wait for you to get a goalkeeper. Most things in FM are minimal gains. Some are a bit bigger, which is why I tend to focus on those instead, which is why I focus on, for example, the personality of your head of youth development. That is more important. I think... Have I got Velasquez back yet, or is he still suspended? Oh, he's back. Good. Tremendi. I know we have... Oh no, Dennis actually isn't back again. These two have done an okay job playing together, to be honest. Despite the fact that Ruggieri can't play that role. I'm still training him there, to be fair. He's... Can you... Maybe it's a language thing, potentially. But I wouldn't focus on it too much. That's a very... They've got quite a few Italians in this team as well, actually. To replace Bauer in the future. He's out on loan at the moment because I didn't think he was likely... Given that we had Bauer, Jourdain back on loan, and Binder, I didn't feel like we needed a fourth player in that because he wasn't getting any football. So I've loaned him out and he's crushing it at the moment. Assistant to the training. Yes, I would say so, honestly. That's an area where you can have a massive effect. For example, if you're using the right training schedules with the right intensity setups, it can make a massive difference to your players' growth and development. On top of that, if your assistant's doing all of the training as well, you will not be getting the optimal like additional focuses for the player's development too. You can do a lot with those two things. With the right training schedules, the right intensity setups are three things, and the right individual focuses on players, it can get huge gains. Countries in Europe have a golden generation team right now. I think Norway are certainly heading towards one, potentially. But we'll see. When you look at like some of the youngsters that obviously there's Erling Haaland, but if you think of players that are a bit younger than that, like you've got like Sheldrup, you've got England as well, but I was thinking a little bit outside of that. You've also got Sverre Halsat Nipen, players like that. Sweden as well, I suppose, yeah. Oh, go on. Oh, okay. Patience, nice. Go on, bend it, buddy. How does he keep doing this? This man, he's such an underrated... It's not even underrated. I'm rating him exactly correctly. Christ, he just seems to continue doing this. He pops up in the perfect position. Does he have really good long shots or something? Or is his technique really good? Because he scores way more long shots from this kind of spot than I think any other player we've ever had. What are we missing from you? Have you got good long shots? 9. Got decent technique, but is that really... Is that doing much there? Weird that his determination's fallen. Fickle. Was he fickle before, or has he had some bad influences on him? He's been hanging out with Stoyan. Either way, very nice. For some reason, in my head, Kulaszewski's way older than he actually is. I keep thinking he's like... I think it's just because he has an older looking face. I keep thinking he's like 28 or something. Kim Min was a hell of a player. But yeah, Mr. Progress, sorry, did I miss the response to the thing about the transfer string? Because I wasn't sure I understood the question. So forgive me. Oh, wait, I forgot Elanga's Swedish too. And Swedes. Because I saw this thing about people talking about footballers' names. Bergvall, obviously that isn't how his name is pronounced in Swedish. Am I right in thinking it's closer to something like Bergvall because of the soft G's in a lot of the way that... in the soft G's that you get in Swedish? And what a strike from Bauer. Come on. Good point. He's imagining a guy in the bottom corner. Good. Yeah, I thought it was. But, like, you can understand why that would be really difficult for English speakers, just because that soft G doesn't really exist in the same way anyway. It's fun to say, though. Not as fun as a Swedish I. There's nothing to me that is exciting as a Swedish I. Oh, sorry, Mr. Progress. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I thought it was maybe some confusion over what next stream was going to be. I just wanted to make sure we cleared that up. I thought he was going to do it again. Actually, he might still do it again. He has done it again! I think that might be his first goal from inside the box. Haribo Bauer may still be in the chopping block, but he has at least picked it up towards the end of the season. We're 3-0 up. It's 6 minutes into the game, by the way. What have we suddenly stumbled on at the final few matches of the season to be absolute... Look at that on the full volley. Swedish eye sounds like... It's just... that kind of... the wide mouth to it. I was watching a video on TikTok a couple of days ago about the German R's, which I do enjoy as well. Just because they make my throat feel funny. I think Roy's he's a high achiever, isn't he? Like, he did great things at Inter. Hello. So unnecessary. Why is he tatting it? No, Haribo got over that, as it happens. Despite me making no changes to it, he got pissed at me. And then about 3 weeks later, just randomly got over it. Roy Fleming would have loved Jamal Lowe's Inter. I bet they're like coaching buddies. I get the feeling that Roy and Jamal get on really well. Just like, I love the fact that Jamal Lowe's got to Inter, is doing great things, and is bringing through young Jamaican talent in Inter. In Milan, which is just really cool. Lols are winning again. Yeah, I think Champions League is done. But Europa League, I think if we win this, we wrap up Europa League for next season, which should allow us to keep our job. What do you reckon of this one? A Velasquez hat-trick or something? That wouldn't be probably the weirdest hat-trick for a while, I would have said. Oh, Stoyan's got it again. He's really stepped it up lately too. Go on, Tristan. Just drop it across for someone. There's so many options for you now. Drops it short. Nagalo, Bauer, back for Tristan. Or Shasley? Square it. Bauer again over the bar. 3-3. Could be. We've really... Like, what was it? 5-0 in the last game. We're 3-0 up in 5 minutes in this one. It just seems like something's clicked about the back line. Okay, that was not great. But they're just interconnecting so perfectly. Oh, really? Is that because, like, you're close to the Swedish border, potentially? Is that just like I always love that sort of stuff. Come on. Oh, it's beautiful. Tristan Barnetche, 4-0. The city target. No, the reason I'd be worried about our job is because if we were to get... say we were in the Conference League, if we got to the final, we'd have the same situation like we might have had like with Tenerife, where we lost the final and thus had to resign. Whereas I feel like in the Europa League, we're not going to be realistically challenging for that. Look at this from Barnetche. That looked like a bloody... was it like a Rabona as well? That now levels his goal tally with Nikolic. I think it's just the game, when the initial one comes through, it just kind of... Everything is a Rabona. Everything. What do you reckon? Back-to-back 5-0s at half-time? Bauer again. It is actually on fire at the moment. We'll still get clubbed by PSG, but if we can have a couple of like 5-0s towards the end of the season to just... It sort of makes me think that next year this team could be a Champions League contender. Because if Monaco are still kind of mid, Lens will probably fall off a little bit, Nagala's driving all the way through, and wow. I actually don't know if Wissam Ben Yedder's even still in charge at Paris in this save. Also, 4-0 off of 1.39 XG is unhinged. Velasquez has been sensational. An assist and 2 goals. Nagalo's, if anything, been the one player that's let us down. Like, Claudio's still only on a 6.8, but him being in the team, I'd be willing to bet that the points we gain with him in the team is higher than any other player. There's something about him when he's in our lineup. Rabona throw-in, yes. Now you're talking. Don't even tempt me. Yeah, we have fallen off a little bit from 5-0 down to 4-0. Agreed. Angers winning still. But if we win, it doesn't matter because our goal difference is so much better than theirs that we're pretty much guaranteed 5th if we win this game. 5th this season would be stupidly good. I thought that went in then. That was bloody close. They don't deserve to be 4-0 down to us here. Brest have actually started winning a few... Wait, could Brest actually survive? I'm assuming their goal difference is so bad that it's simply not possible, but... Oh, what a strike from Simone Panico. He certainly didn't. That was... Been some lovely goals in this game. The extra games next season are going to be crucial, which is why I think having like an Ualabi or a Deng available for us to play that role, because there's no way Tristan's going to be able to play all those. Hello, Josh. Next band save. Let me tell you. I love it when people don't know what we're doing next and I get to tell them. We're thinking Wisła Krakow. I say thinking. We have 99.99999% decided it's going to be Wisła Krakow. Yeah, we'll just get Conan on for a little bit. Because Jordan probably what will be his last ever appearance for us. Maybe a bit of Habila. Want to sort of keep him going. Great goal, though. 22 on aggregate. That is a lot. Yeah, they're not going to quite get it because of the goal difference, unfortunately. Let's Montpellier lose or something. You're going to Gdansk. Nice. That's cool. Let me know what it's like, actually. I'm really excited to go to Poland next year. Oppression large. I guess it would do when they get promoted again next year. They're going to go full big titties. No Anguilla database. It's the dream. But remember, Roy only has Anguillan heritage. He was born in England. This is some lovely football again. The interchanges we're pulling off at the moment are astonishingly good. I wonder if it's also Ruggieri and Stoyan finally linking up. Surely not. He's got a hat-trick! Santiago Velasquez has scored a hat-trick from open play from defensive midfield. This guy might be my favourite player in this team at the moment. How on earth has that happened? From DLP, a role where he shouldn't even be in their penalty area, he's scored 3 times today. What a player. South America. I don't know what the coefficient system's like down there, to be fair. CDM Hatties are a rare treat. That's glorious. Hello, Mats. France is, as you can see, very good. We're about to have scored 10 goals in our last 2 games. We're still going to miss out on Champions League. Well, I guess we could beat PSG. Yeah, I find that basically building a nation saves are kind of very difficult outside of Europe in general. But if there's no coefficient, then there's not really any way to sort of build the nation, per se. Get in. I can't believe he's got that. Brest have been equalised against. Exactly. PSG, never heard of him. If we could get... I think our goal difference is better than Monaco, so if they drew and we won on the final day, somehow, at Parc de France, we could get 4th still. It's still doable. It's not, but it's nice to know that we can believe. Memorial kit of the guy. It's... a DM scoring a hat-trick in open play. And it's not like it's his first time. That was his 7th goal of the season, all of which up until today were from outside the penalty area. For a man with 9 long shots. So I wonder if the thing that's changed in the last couple of games is we started playing Ruggieri and Stoyan together and actually dropped Anderson. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but we've certainly played very well because of it, or as part of that. 61 points. That's wild. I do want to check the PPG on Claudio. That's wrapped up Europa League for us. Anderson's injured at the moment, yeah. Runs out of superlatives. I don't blame you. 7 goals. Weirdly, only 4 assists. I'm actually surprised he's only got as few assists as that, but he is just sensational. But when he does get, he gets a lot of hockey assists because of the way that we play. He's often quite deep, so his passes, and we do play a relatively short passing style, so often he's the guy playing the ball into the CM who's spinning it in behind or into the winger. Although when he does get an assist, they're usually absolute pearlers, just raking passes through the middle that someone, usually Bauer or Binder, ends up on the end of. So that's actually really good numbers. 7 goals from a position that I'm not expecting to score. I mean, he does have good finishing. I say for a DM, 10 finishing is not bad, and he's very composed. So we like that. Better than his CA say. I think his CA is actually pretty solid. He's very specialised. Like, his passing and vision are elite. For a 20-year-old to have 18 passing and 16 vision, he could do a bloody good job in that very specific situation. Sasha Lucci, I bet it would be a header in there as well. Long range passes. Yeah, I wonder if that's what's helping as well, actually. Real thing in the game was a meme. No, it's a real thing in the game. I can prove that. Well, I can't prove it by showing you, but this guy here. This player here, ironically, our captain now, did that exact thing last season. So yeah, it is a thing you can get in the game. He's kind of calmed down now that I made him captain, but initially he was a proper menace. Did that say likes friendly matches? I thought it was real for a second there. Right, let me just check the... You're right, he did it back-to-back days. Yes, that's what happened. PPG. Right. Oh, that's actually better than I thought it was. Like, I was expecting to see like a marginal improvement with him in the team. No, look. 2.5 points a game when Claudio starts. He's played 10 games. 816 minutes on the pitch, and we've taken an average of 2.5 points per game when he's in the team. I'm starting to wonder if we actually just have to break the bank to bring him in for next season, because he is such a useful player in our team. That's wild. Yeah, I think this has convinced me more than ever that actually we do need to sign him, even if we're not going to be in the Champions League next year. I will go Lurpak on their ass, right, to get that done. Now, because... his transfer value is listed at 50. That might change again, though, because it definitely wasn't listed at 14.5. I think it's only that because we have an option. Which I believe our option is ironically the same as his release clause. I want to just sort of see where he compares to some other players in this position. They were open to it, which means there is a chance that we might be able to go... The thing is, if we have to play his release clause, we can't do that because we can't afford that kind of money up front unless we sold someone. Which is still a thing we could do. But if they're willing to take slightly less than his release clause, we should be able to negotiate a proper deal with like installments, so we can actually afford him. Because I think that would be... Yeah, even if I could... To be honest, I could structure the deal that gives them 15 million if it means that we're paying it over a larger period of time where it won't matter so much. So Conan... Possibly. The thing is, there's no interest in Conan, is there? The other downside, if we were to sell... I mean, I'd definitely do that. Who was the other? Was it Ruggieri who had interest? There's a very strong chance that we'd end up doing something like that. If Al Hilal, because we know they've got money, came in and dropped 30 million on the table for Ruggieri. I love Ruggieri as well, but I think that with 30 million, we'd be able to, 1, sign Claudio, and 2, Stoyan would be able to play with Anderson. And I think he's really good, and I do like him, but his age profile is not that with our team because he is... We basically signed him because he was good now and he has sell-on value. If that's the right deal for us, then I'd be... What percentage of it? Good question. So he has a 30% sell-on fee, which is fairly high. So say we got £30 million, he'd be taking, just hypothetically because it's a nice round number, we'd probably end up getting a bit less than that, but let's say it's 30. He'd be taking 9 million of that. So we're at 21 there, plus the board would take 25% off of that. So we'd be looking at about 16 million quid. Basically, Ruggieri's sale would fund the signing of Claudio if we had to pay his release clause outright, pretty much. And it would take 30k off wages, which would probably be able to give to Claudio straight away, because I suspect he'd want them. And there's something to be said for when you find a player that plays that well in your system. I just want to see where he's at in terms of specifically defensive midfielders that are centralised. Claudio is this guy here. He's the guy we had on loan from Flamengo. Basically, you try before you buy, because we can't afford him because he's really expensive. But the impact he's had on our team has been ridiculous. In the 10 games we've played where he's actually played, got options on the left. Well, bear in mind, a lot of the time, like, the only reason Ruggieri's starting as a left mid right now is because Anderson's injured. So it would be Anderson and Stoyan on the left-hand side. It means Stoyan would actually play more. And he's played quite well lately. And obviously we then have money free to sign someone else anyway, because we do still have 8 million in the bank currently. Would he become homegrown? Probably. No, he couldn't. Well, maybe. Yes, he can. Ion in the save. He's the one right now. We haven't really done a lot of pre-scouting yet. There was one other guy, but we actually signed him already, which was that ridiculous Croatian winger. Was it Rezic or something? Let me just see if I can find him. This guy, Darko Rezic. He's joining us in the summer. Because I just think he's so goddamn good. So we've got to remember that we actually have this dude as well. And, oh no, he's crap, isn't he? He's just a random freebie. Well, not freebie, but near freebie. But yeah, the reason with Claudio... Yes, he's French as well. Which is just really strange because he has no connection to France whatsoever, but he does have French second nationality. For some reason. He was born in Zagreb. Yeah, the Yowie clause is like 30k. So it's not really worth anything to us at the moment. It's more likely better to wait for the sell-on on that one. But yeah, I mean, the thing I like about Claudio is he has the tackling ability already. We'll just whack him on defensive positioning for the time being, because if we're this committed to it, may as well get him started on it. His tackling is elite. Well, not elite. It's sub-elite, but it's right there. Is a champion? Probably not. He's too young. There's better players in the team. Champion is still only 16. He might be 17 now, but he's also just not good enough for our first team at the moment, and I don't think he ever will be, honestly, but what he will be is a really expensive sale in a couple of years. I don't think his physicals are ever going to be good enough for our first team. The great thing about Claudio is the 17 work rate and 19 teamwork. The aggression is high. The only thing he's missing... Oh, she's got good bravery as well. He's just stupidly good, isn't he? The non-EU issue is an issue, for sure. We would have to drop someone from that. But Strawberry's already been dropped. Oh, one sec. Let me just do what I was doing before, actually. I want to just quickly check this on the interceptions per 90. So those are more wingers. So Conan's a bit higher than Claudio on that one, actually, in fairness. Presses per 90. So he's a little bit less on that too. What's his tackles ratio? Tackles rate percentage is better than Conan. Doesn't win as many tackles either. We concede less with him in the team, though. Doesn't win as many headers. He's more on the ground, isn't he? Just looking at his other attributes. Chances created is about the same, but still slightly worse than Conan. Key passes is higher. Dribbles, he's actually dribbles a bit more than Conan, which is possibly helpful here. Open play key passes is better than Conan too. No assists yet. Though his XA's surprisingly high considering the amount of minutes he's played. We averaged 3.42 games per night. I mean, obviously that's massively skewed, but he's played 10 matches for us. It's not like he's... If he played 3 games, then we're massively reading into it, but he's played 10 games. Like 2.5 points a game. But yeah, the problem with Vincent Champion, basically, and I think this will always be an issue with him, is his physicals. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, Hector's made a superb point there. Oh, hang on. We're already using an EU slot for him already, because that's why he's able to play for us now. So we actually don't need to show... We don't need to like free up any slots for him because he's already occupying one of them. So it would just be a case of like him just being permanently in that role instead. But yeah, this is the thing with Vincent Champion. He's never, for me, going to have good enough physicals to be an elite footballer. And I just don't think these are going to improve to a suitable level. I'd honestly rather someone take an interest in Champion and we sell him for an absolute fortune. Or even just sell him for like 15, 20 million, I mean, which is a lot of money. Because I don't think he's ever... Doesn't look too horrible. He does, though. Like, we're not going to have a centre-back in our team with 8 acceleration and 5 balance. Because, I mean, balance will improve, but not by a substantial amount at that point, right? I know he's only 17. He's just not... And he only has 11 tackling as well. he's most likely not going to ever play for us. He's going to make us a lot of money, but not going to do much. Final third. Yeah, that was actually the Kraken, James, who ironically has been kind of poor for us, but I wonder if that's because the Kraken back then had a better team around him, and this guy's like the Kraken plus, right? So he's just like a better version of the Kraken. I was excited about Champion, but he's never going to be an elite player. He's the sort of player that if I sell him for 10 million and I can, to a reasonable side, and dump in a 50% of next sale fee clause, then it's the dream. But I think we can do a lot of our financing Is that a different Mr. Chicken? Or is that the same guy? No, it isn't, is it? It was Tyler Chicken we had, wasn't it? I love how common Chicken is as a surname in Scotland. Well, I say common. There's 4 of them. Tyler Chicken, Rory Chicken, Roger Chicken, and Mitch Chicken. Roger Chicken is very solid. And he's a striker for St Mirren. Oh, he's Scottish and Australian. Love that for you. Got Roger Chicken. Roger Chicken is a strange one. Yeah, we had Tyler Chicken on the Cyrene save, didn't we? I think the crucial thing, Chicken in is like the most sort of like common ha look at the funny team name kind of team, I think. If I was to pick one, then it's that. But yeah, I think they're in Zimbabwe. The Tyler Chicken did we have Tyler Chicken in this save? Maybe he's a face in the game. Yet another one. You'd hate to see it. A lot of this relies on us being able to sell Ruggieri. But if we can, that could make summer very impressive. Sell Ruggieri, get Claudio through the door, and then we'd still have plenty of money left to find someone that can maybe fill the Ruggieri spot a little bit. And still have loads of money flapping about for us to spend on God knows who, basically. Which is the kind of position you want to be in. It'd be weird to be... It's strange, but like I feel like a marquee signing like that actually could behoove us. And it's not even the fact that he's a marquee signing for me, it's the fact that he's just so goddamn good. Bauer is another one, actually, that could definitely go. If the right interest is there for Bauer, then for sure. You're on loan from City, presumably. Yeah. And you... Jesus Toledo. Presumably these guys are coming up because I did the team reports of those teams. But yeah, Bauer could go as well. That would give us a lot of money to play with. Like, it's a massive risk signing a guy like Claudio for that type of money because that's a lot of cash. We're signing Pacini. Oh, that's the scout, isn't it? But each works. Overvalued players. I mean, honestly, I think like a lot of our players are potentially overvalued in some ways. Let me just turn these back on so we can actually see the squad. Like, our highest player, I think it's Shasley, isn't it? Yeah, 90 million. Kilaza's at 85 now. Holy shit. So, just as an example, I would say these guys are hands-off. Look at the age profile on these players. They're all between the ages of 19 and 21. That's a group of 7-8 players right there. Dennis Anderson, I'm still not entirely convinced by. But if we sold Ruggieri, there's no way we could sell Anderson as well. Unless we had definite replacements available. I wonder if it's just his lack of speed that's costing him. He still has 10 assists, in fairness. Bashir seems overvalued. Bear in mind, Bashir is young. He's still only 19 years old. He's our backup centre-back behind Alec Chawi and Velasquez. He's a Nigerian international. There's no way I would sell Bashir. He's just too good. Haliba, he is the backup right-back. He's only 19 years old again. I like him. But I think there is a world in which I would sell him. But he's still only 19, and I feel like there's room for him to improve. And then we'd be down on like Shehu after that. We do need a backup, and he's happy being the backup, which is crucial. Although he does seem to... He has squad player status, but he is seemingly happy playing the backup. So that's good. Obviously, Binder we want to keep because he's the future. Ruggieri could go. Velasquez is going nowhere, of course. Stoyan is the captain. Jordan's already gone. Conan could 100% see myself accepting a bid for him were there to be one. Claudio we want to bring in. Bauer could definitely go. Deji's 21. And he is wanted by Portsmouth and Hibs. There is a chance that I can sell Deji. If I got like 10 mil for Dej, because his opportunities this season have been more limited. And if I did get big money for him, I would certainly consider it. But, oh, sure, I nearly reported your request there. But yeah, as you say, we're going to need more squad depth this season. So we don't want to be selling too many people. Bacon bit salad. It's just a good shirt, isn't it? I like Anderson. And the thing that's gone underrated for him this season is the fact that he has actually he has assisted 10 goals and has basically hit his XG numbers. So he's done what's expected of him, really. But he has gone missing in the odd game or two. But he's a good set-piece taker as well. The Kraken's on loan. Llorente's worth... You see the values drop off quite dramatically at this point. Summer Barley... I don't know if there's enough value in Summer Barley to even shift him. We're going to need, though, a few more guys like those chaps to... Shit. Okay, that's not great. Well, this is why Bashir is important, because now Bashir can start the next game. Have enough homegrown? I believe we do. Because this is our third... you're right. Next season could be a bit of a squeeze as far as Europe goes. Because it's our third season at the club this year, but a lot of the guys that we would be taking to Europe with us would have been signed last season. So that... It could be difficult. But we managed it with Tenerife, and I think we're in a similar spot. Elak Chawi is definitely one. We may have to leave a couple of spots. But also, let's be honest, like, as far as Europa League's going, we ain't going to be winning the Europa League. There will be some legitimately world-class teams in there. So we really want to just try to do as well as we can in the group stage, harvest as much money as we can from that, and hope that it doesn't distract us from the league too much, because we do want to be trying to go Champions League next year. Because I think this team next year, with the improvements to the squad that we hopefully get, and just the general development of all those young players, should be capable of challenging Lens and Monaco next year, providing we don't see any like random outliers. We need the versatile guys, yeah. So maybe if we could find a couple of like 3-star CA chaps that can play like multiple roles in our system, those might be the kind of guys we could benefit from next season. Even a couple of freebies perhaps in the summer. So we get rid of Ruggieri, but then we replace him with 2 more Ruggieri-like players. If we can. Because we should have, like, we've got reasonable wage balance available. Now we'll have to see what the board actually give us later, but that could work. We could still get Champions League, but it would require us to beat Paris Saint-Germain away from home. Lyon have been... Bloody hell. Lyon have been relegated before in this save. I think at least once. Yeah, they've been relegated twice already. And this is going to be the third time. So PSG, I mean, that's the team that we have to now beat. They've scored 96 goals this season in 33. They're averaging nearly 3 goals a game. They beat a team 11-0 a little while ago. That's wild. Christ, Nice have really fallen off. I swear they were like right up in the battle with us at one point. Not really. Our rises, we've been really consistent once we got into the European spots. Need to win in Europe. Tough to say. I simply couldn't tell you. We need a few because the squad is still very young. Like what we're chefing now should hopefully develop into a team if the PAs are good. And besides, we've got time to sign more guys as well. And it also depends entirely on whether we have to leave the club again, potentially. Or they could get a tycoon takeover or whatever. And yeah, we're definitely not beating PSG. We've just lost 2 of our starters. Anderson still isn't back yet. I have no idea who's going to play left back in this game. I think we'd be... I don't know if we'd have won the Champions League with Tenerife by now. 3 seasons after that. So we're at Conference League final. We'd have been in the Champions League the following year. I reckon we'd be probably coming close to getting to a final with that Tenerife side maybe in like 2 years' time. This is going to take a little bit longer because they are just young players. They're still inconsistent, some of them. It's going to take us a bit. But we laid the groundwork. I think the groundwork is there. I think I've got a lot of players that I feel like are here for the long term. I feel like Barnetche we can win with. I think that some of the centre-backs we've got we could definitely win with. Velasquez I'm not sure on. Claudio I just simply don't know because he's not even our player yet, potentially. Nagalo... Depends on how quickly we get there. We might find someone better than him in long term. The fullbacks, the goalkeeper... They just need more time. That's the great thing about young players. Every season, if you play them loads, they're going to get better without you doing anything. Yeah, we do need Barnetche. I'm so glad we persisted with him. I was kind of good. I wanted to fight his corner, obviously, but 25 goals this season. He's overperformed his XG by 8.6, which is a lot, of course. But he's got into the positions. He's got 5 assists. He has 30 goal contributions in 34 appearances. And the fact that he, with his injury proneness, has played 34 games this season and 32 in the league as well. He's only missed 1 league game. That's insane for a guy with that level of injury proneness, considering what he was like last season. What about Everton? I think... I don't know if he was or not, actually. What was his value in that group of 8 players I selected? Because if he was, then I suspect that means he's still wanted by Everton. But yeah, obviously we're going to be stopping like basically I'll stop after the PSG game so we can watch the F1. Card retires? Cooper retires? Well, me and Adam and Cooper have apparently had enough. Is he wanted? Luckily, we are about as we are about as secure on Tristan as possible, because he has 3 years left on his deal and has a 3-year extension clause. So even if our board pulls some silly bollocks, we are protected. Wait, no, then we're not protected because I can't trigger that clause yet. But I should be able to in the summer maybe, because you can't have 6 years on your current contract. But I think... Ooh, actually, we've got to be careful here. We do need to make sure that we stay like reasonably secure in finances. The bids will probably get quite big, but we can't afford to sell him, nor would I. Like, I think we found the guy that's going to do the job for the time being anyway. Like, he's not quite put up Cyril Dosso numbers, but he's also playing in a better quality league. Right, Christ, who's playing left back? I guess Ruggeri can move to left back, and then we are basically committing to Diego Llorente for a game. Not what I'd want to do there, but, you know, with the players being missing, we're kind of limited in our options there. As for the bench, Binder's nearly back, so I might as well just get him on there in preparation. Sven. I'll put him on the bench. Why not? Oh, no, we can't. Shame. Yeah, they are so weird about the contracts in FM. Everybody else, though, pretty content. The one thing, I mean, hey, I don't think we've lost a game when Claudio was in the team, because I don't know how we could have that PPG if he was. Cyril Dosso, I think we sold at the exact right moment. So he's still at Dortmund. Did he really only have 10 goals? Maybe I'm an idiot. It was this year. He'd banged 14 in 18 before we sold him to Lille in January. So that was... Do you know what? I'm saying it. No, I actually disagree. I've disagreed with my own statement. I was thinking that he would have done better than that. 14 in 18 and 1 assist. So 15 goal contributions in 20 games. Tristan has got 25 goals in 34 and 5 goal contributions. Tristan's had a better season. So, to be honest, I actually think Tristan might be having the best season of any of the Shadow Strikers we've had in this save. Especially negatively. Preston are in the National League North and are a semi-professional side now. And Wycombe Wanderers are in the National League South and are also semi-professional. I think those are the biggest surprises, negatively anyway. Man United went into administration. Stayed up, unfortunately. But yeah, he's still one about Everton. Right, okay, let's... I mean, this PSG side is going to tear us apart, obviously. Look at the team that they have here. We're going to get annihilated. But we have Claudio. And apparently that means we just win games. There used to be a cab driver that my grandparents always used to do, and his name was Cyril. Like, we can still get Champions League, technically. If we win and Monaco draw, we get Champions League. But also... I can't say that, can I? I have to say that. If I tell the team that we can get the Champions League, they'll just get mad at me, because this is Football Manager and teams don't want to win, apparently. Yeah, we have to win at the Parc de France against one of the most dominant teams in Europe. Managed by Mikel Arteta. They haven't started Zaire Emery. Then again, he's about 78 years old, so that would sort of explain it. Who are Monaco playing? Away at Paris FC. I could see Monaco not winning there. If we win, Monaco do have to win. So if we do pull off an absolute miracle, they will have to... They can't get a draw. It wouldn't count. Cool, never mind. Our goalkeeper has quite literally dropped the ball. It's okay. We've had some pretty good luck at times this season. We're well worth 5th place in the league. That's exactly where we should be. We're going to get ridden by Paris Saint-Germain just because of the reputation that they've got. That is an unfortunate one, though, because, like, he's just scooped it straight to the path of Brunhubner. At least it didn't sort of, like, keep us... on tenterhooks. It was like, you know what, you're going to lose, accept it. We're going to get it out of the way early. Europa League will be very fun next season. We've never played in the Europa League in this save. To be fair, Europa League is not a competition I ever really play much in an FM, just because usually what happens in like the Building a Nation saves is I usually end up in the Conference League for like a season, or maybe even 2, but then it's usually the Champions League straight after that. Oh, nicely tackled. Yeah, we're absolutely backs against the wall already. I can see us grabbing a goal in this game, but it's... yeah. Most of the time, our interactions with the Europa League are us watching our other teams from our nation in the Europa League. Oh, good. He's trying to play his way out of getting signed by us in the summer. Good. So Paris FC are at least doing their part. Wissam Ben Yedder's got my back. Oh, well. I mean, if you said to me, hey, you get to come 5th this season, it's like 2 or 3 points off of a Champions League space, Europa League in Portugal. You're right. You're absolutely spot on. We were, weren't we? We did play in the Europa League with Le Shoinge. I think it's because it was one season and we only got to the first knockout round that I just completely forgot. But yes, you're right. We did it literally in this very save. You think, considering I'm making the recap video right now, that I should probably remember things like that, right? Hello, Amanda. Did those... Oh, back post maybe? Oh, never mind. I just don't want us to get absolutely destroyed here. No, France have only got 14 points on the coefficients this year. They're actually, I think, 6th overall on the season anyway. They're going to lose them... Not only are France 6th on the season, they're also going to lose 4th spot in the coefficients this year as well. So in the coming seasons, it'll actually be harder to get into Europe. Sadly. Yeah, both the French Europa... Basically, the French lower league teams. If we lose, we come 5th. The only place we can finish, I think, is 5th. There's no way that Angers can overtake us because our goal difference is 15 more than theirs. So, unless PSG really, really hate us and dump 15 goals past us, or dump like 7 and then... Oh, wow, they might, you know. Eric's chosen a bad day to have an off day. Yeah, we'd have to lose like 8-0 and Angers would have to win like 8-0 for us to qualify in 6th. And besides, even if we came 6th, we'd still be in the Europa League. And I think they probably would affect the round you'd go into, but it would be nice to finish in 5th because I'm pretty... Actually, they probably are both group stage, aren't they? Even if they're not, we'd have a very strong chance of getting there anyway. Wow, we are 4-0 down in 35. Oh, yeah. They really do hate the fact that we beat them earlier this season, don't we? Okay. It would be quite funny to qualify for like the Europa League while getting absolutely ridden here. Maybe, where's the Czech Diote goal? If we stay 4-0, it's in. I don't know. I'm a little bit curious as to what Angers are up to, just in case. Brother, you're already 4-0 up. Yeah, it's a good thing. Bro. In fairness, our keeper has been basically a solid brick wall most of this season. I assume that he's decided to go on holiday early. Shazli's having a shitter here. No change between 5th and 6th. Yeah, so in that case, it doesn't... The only thing it matters about is probably like league prize money, but... And prestige, of course. But luckily, we can't finish in... Oh, that's nice. How are you not offside? You must be about 1,000 yards offside. Yeah. They're fully on the beach right now. Shazli is getting hooked at half-time because this is embarrassing. It's the kind of game where Habila actually could have been probably better just because he can defend. Shazli is... I cross lots. I track back rarely. Right. Just the 4-0 down at half-time. Lyon are 3-0 up against the Tits. That is a surprise. Oh my god, the ratings. I want to make more subs, if anything, but I'm concerned that it will actually just make us a lot worse. I mean, who have I even got on the bench? I could have... I kind of wish I had put Sven on the bench now. To be honest. Make another sub there too. Why not? Throw Binder back into the lineup. Yeah, probably going to yell at you, lads. Apprehensive. Buddy, did you watch the first half? You gave away a penalty. Like, come on. You can do better than that. Oh, wow, you're staying apprehensive. La Plage. What does La Plage mean? Does that mean the beach? Because I was at Pog's parents' house and they have this, like, in their bathroom. It's just like a kind of wooden sign with loads of different things like, something that way, something that way. One of them just says plage. And I was like, at first I read it as plague. And I went, why are they pointing towards the plague? Like, what's going on? Is it? Oh, it's 5-0 now. It's Lille, not Leon, in fact, as it happens. Lille are firmly spaffing all over Brest right now. Unfortunately, Ferreira's got 4, and they're not done yet, I don't think. Usually recruitment stars are grayed out. So basically, the game moves to grey stars when it drops below 10. So if a team has like 4 grey stars, that means 8. Yeah, Nagalo and Tristan I reckon they've been on a lads holiday or something, because this is embarrassing. I wonder if the... oh my Christ. I'm just replacing anybody at this point. Deji, have a run. Go on, give it a go. They got on the VIP list with Stoyan, yep. Oh, this is it's 6-0 to Lille. Brest are being firmly handled at this point. Go on, Claudio. Wait! Oh, how has he missed it? Point blank header and he's missed it. 4.5 grey stars. Their recruitment is still... Well, their recruitment isn't... It depends on the level, right? If they've got 4.5 grey stars, it means it's 9, which is actually fairly low. But it depends. I mean, if you're in the National League, that's high. But if you're in the Champions League, that's low, I guess. It's all relative, isn't it? Go on, get one back for us. Or do that. Your choices are your own. That was a decision. The worst thing is as well, by the way, that Monaco are actually losing. So if we had have turned up and decided to play football, we could have qualified for the Champions League. But really, do you know what's actually cost us Champions League football? Losing PSG 4-0. Well, by the way, what a second half. Isn't what's done it. It's out of 10. No, it's out of 20. So it turns over to yellow stars once it hits 10 or once it hits 11, I guess. Yeah, so what's really cost us Champions League football there was the 2-2 against Nice, where we were a goal up in stoppage time. Sorry, scored to go a goal up in stoppage time and then conceded. That last draw is what's done it. Without that, we actually do qualify for the Champions League because we'd have had 2 extra points, 63. But that's like ifs and buts, right? There was almost certainly times this season where we were lucky as well. So I think as far as the exploited points table goes, we were expected to be 5th based on the points we've gathered in the game so far. So I think we can't really argue with being exactly where we're supposed to be. God, look at these games. 4-3 between Stade Rennais and Rennes. Angers win 4-3. 4-1. Where did Lyon summon 4 goals from? Troyes lose 3-0. Did they really finish the season with, like, solely just losing and not scoring any goals? All right, you can have a nice long rest now. 10 million quid. That's good. That makes our balance. We'll get prize money, TV money. We've got the prize money. TV money, European money next season as well. Much better. I'm just curious about how many games. Troyes scored 17 goals over a 34-game season. A goal every other game. And PSG bagged 100. Troyes' record must make for a really bleak read. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not pretty, is it? This is Lyon's 3rd relegation of the save. There's certainly no strangers to it, unfortunately. Yeah, the bottom 3 this season were, like, generationally awful. -48, -47, and -45. If Brest somehow find a way to stay up through that playoff, they should be ashamed of themselves, honestly, and have no right to be there. Well, there's so many damn games being played there. Guingamp and Caen are coming up. Did that team that had no right to be promoted stay up? They did! Wow, they really fell off hard. FC Fleury 91 managed to stay up, despite the fact they were promoted from the previous tier, coming 10th in the league. But they certainly have dropped off quite a lot. They were up in like 9th when we last looked, I think. Maybe we just caught them at the wrong time. Yeah, Montpellier surviving with 26 points is stupid. Where was that last season when we needed it the most? Any crazy shit in the lower ones? Oh, wait, hang on. So, Chambly were promoted. That's totally fair. 2nd place, same level of points. No problems with that whatsoever. Any crazy ones? Créteil, in the same league as our B team, they're actually promoted from 4th place. Not horrendous. Yeah, they got promoted from 10th because of all the B teams. In the same way that Niort's B team are relegated from 8th because they're presumably their A team has seen a relegation at some point further up the league and now they're just getting ripped down the leagues. Wait, who's even promoted from this league? I'm guessing it's Goal FC. I'm assuming they're the ones that are getting promoted. Doesn't even say, which is weird, unless there's games to play. Oh, there's still games to play. They haven't played yet. They're currently getting promoted, but they could also lose the spot to... this game is weird, man. Oh, yeah, Coupe de France. But yes, so they came 10th in a league that had, it had 10 B teams in it, but one of them finished below them as well. So there was 9 B teams ahead of them in the league. So they were the ones that were promoted automatically from 10th place. They had a neutral goal difference as well. Dennis Anderson finished top assister in the league. Love to bloody see it. Chat. Whale fact. Big. I leave you with that. What more can I say? So, next stream, I'm going to come back at like... well, it'll be well into June. It'll be sort of way into the future. So we can get going with... We'll do like natty caps, all the good shit for Tuesday. So, well, this stream has fucking flown by. I don't think I've even looked at the time, and I was like, damn, it was just right there. Plus the F1's in a minute. It's perfect timing. It's almost like I do this for a living, and I just know how to time things out. Crazy, that, isn't it? I think we might have the perfect raid as well. Fucking hell, 400 people. Bloody bastarding hell. Actually, no. This person's doing a 12-hour stream, and I wonder if that's for charity potentially. So we might do a new raid today, chat. Plus, they're second in the category right now, so there's clearly people watching them already, which is awesome. Let's do this. We're going to raid this chap here called Warren. Oh, that's been really fun. So I will see you lovely folks on Tuesday. I'm going to get stuck into some LeShowing stuff tomorrow, and I will join you on Tuesday for transfers. And this might be the most important transfer stream we've had of the entire save, actually, because we have to get depth and quality in the same one with what could potentially be quite a small budget. I'll let you know the budgets in the Discord later, because obviously we haven't got those yet. I think that won't happen until after the cup final, because technically that's when the season finishes, and then other stuff happens after that. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. This has been extremely fun. Have a lovely rest of your day. I'm going to go watch the F1, go for a run, and just have a lovely old evening. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, my friends. Hold your gun. Full Cooker sponsored by a carrot. Amazing news. Can't wait to find out more.